You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Last day of the Strike King Bassmaster College season. The finale, 2 anglers, 1 goal, a 50-50 shot at the Bassmaster Classic. Trip Berlinski, Bryce DeMauro, teammates from the University of North Alabama, square off head-to-head at Watauga Lake for 1 spot in the Bassmaster Classic and the ability to represent the college series through the Opens all of 2026. It comes down to this. Berlinski's been the best angler on the water for the last 3 days. Bryce DeMauro, huge comeback after day 1 and has been so solid since then. But it all comes down to 5 fish today, and the biggest 5 fish will get you that coveted spot just down the road in Knoxville, Tennessee for the 2026 Bassmaster Classic. We're in the state of Tennessee, the northeast corner, just south of Bristol, just east of Johnson City, Carter County, Tennessee, Watauga Lake. 6,500 acres, not the biggest fishery, but we didn't need a big one this week. It had 8 anglers, and we've whittled it down to 4 yesterday for the semifinals, and now just 2 remain. Cove Ridge Marina is the takeoff, where our anglers left just a few minutes ago. We've had low skies most of the week with cloud cover and fog throughout the tournament, and it looks to be the same this morning as Berlinski and DeMauro head to spots number 1 to start their final day. I'm Ronnie Moore here in the Bassmaster Studios. We've got Mike Sucon with us as usual, and Logan Parks from the University of Auburn and from the Bassmaster Elite Series joining us all day today. And fellas, it has been a jam-packed last few days. We've seen really consistent weights from some of our top guys. We've seen some big largemouth show up, and then yesterday we saw some big smallmouth make their appearance. Such, what are you looking at today?
Well, Trip Berlinski has caught 56 pounds, 7 ounces over the 3 days, about 11 pounds more than his opponent. But this day, Ronnie, I'd put money on it. This is the highest chance of an angler crying.
Oh, absolutely.
The guy who gets to the Bassmaster Classic.
Logan Parks, what do you think Bryce DeMauro is thinking as he leaves the dock behind one of his best friends, knowing that he has some work to do this morning? We'll get your thoughts in just a minute as we go out to Bryce live.
But it's all good. We've been on this stretch for literally a couple minutes now, and I've already seen a couple big ones. Had that one, so, and there's 3 with him, so hopefully that's a good sign. Yeah. Hopefully it is. We'll see. Yes, yes, Lord, yes, yes, yes. Please, Lord. It's a big one. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's a good start. That's how you want to start. First. There we go. There we go.
Look, close to a 4-pounder, if
That's a good one.
If not a 4-pounder, a largemouth to start his day. And Logan, probably the best way that Bryce could have started. He has been a little bit slow out of the gate compared to Trip the last few days. He doesn't know that necessarily unless they've talked, but boy, starting the day with almost a 4-pounder's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. That's huge. You know, he's definitely going into the day thinking, you know, my roommate just smashed him. My teammates been smashed him all week, you know, and I'm going to have to catch probably close to 20 pounds today to have a shot. And to catch one that he could probably already weigh in, you know, that's a really good start. I'm hooked up again.
go. Here we go. Not a bad one.
So he's feeling pretty good right now.
It's a 3-pounder.
Fastest start of the week for Bryce, no doubt.
3 1/4. 3 1/4, baby. Coming after you, Trippy. I'm kind of the underdog here.
So. All ready for Bryce tomorrow.
Going off of what Tripp's waiting.
I did not get this script this morning. Is this what was supposed to happen?
Well, yeah, hey, so that's the way bracketed competition is. It does not matter what the last few days. All that matters is if you survive and advance to the next day. If you continue to fish day after day, you have a shot. And this morning, whether it's an adjustment or just being more dialed in, Bryce tomorrow off to a quick start, 2 bass. 7 pounds for him unofficially right now, and these anglers are not weighing them officially on the boat catch, weigh, release. They are putting them in the live well, and we will see them weigh them in officially later as we head down the lake a little bit farther to Trip Berlinski.
Little guy. This is crazy knowing who I'm fishing against. Holy crap. We talked about it some, like, you know, just how crazy it would be, and now that it's actually happening, I think we're both kind of shocked that it actually did happen. Yes, sir.
One of his teammates and best friends is they're the same weight, same age.
Gotcha. So they had to get.
They had to fight each other in the final.
No way.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They had to fight each other.
Not even like fishing it. They've had to fight. That's crazy. And you can't take it easy because, I mean, if you take it easy, the other guy's just going to hit you hard and you're done. Uh-oh. Giant. Oh my gosh, that's a giant. Excuse me. That is a giant. It's a 4 or 5 pounder. Oh crap. Horrible cast, Trip. Settle down, settle down, settle down.
A little look at what he's seeing right there.
Right off the end of that dock, looks like definitely some bait, and there was a couple bass that have just been hanging between the bait and the bottom. Trip Berlinski wanting to have a good start. You want it to be exactly like it's been, but you also know that something's gonna change, and you're gonna have to adjust somehow.
So Bryce tomorrow has 7 pounds, and Trip Berlinski's 7 pounds behind. That's His first deficit all week. He's the one catches him early and takes a big lead.
Yeah, I know Bryce has got to be feeling good to be off to such a good start already. I mean, he only caught like 6 yesterday, so to catch, 2 solid keepers this early, that's big time for his confidence.
I gotta keep moving on. Can't waste no time. We got fish that'll bite.
He goes into the day thinking, man, my partner Tripp has really been catching him. What am I going to have to do today to beat him?
But like I said, we've seen this a lot. I remember it specifically at Watauga. Zach Parker back in the day was so dominant every single day of competition. He didn't even struggle on the final day, but that was when the schooling fish happened for Brett Pruitt, and he ends up winning the bracket. And it's like, he didn't do anything wrong. It just happened to be the other guy's day. And so, good start for Bryce. Most definitely for his mentals. You don't want to be struggling most mornings and then all of a sudden struggle on the final morning as well. So he's feeling confident, and Tripp's probably has confidence that Bryce is going to catch him today, and so he has to continue to do his job. If you're just joining us this morning and missed the first few catches of the morning, Bryce tomorrow, 2 3+ pounders, 1 near 4+ pounds. So he's got 7 pounds early this morning. Fishing for 1 spot in the Bassmaster Classic. This is the Strike King Bassmaster College Series. These anglers have battled through a multi-tournament season, a national championship. They were crowned Team of the Year points-wise, so they are your Anglers of the Year. Consistent throughout the whole season. They get to the bracket, have to compete against 7 other anglers, 6 other anglers this duo does. Survive and be the top 4 to make it to Saturday and Sunday. Beat their matchup on Sunday to make it to today, and they have done all of those steps, beat over roughly 1,000 anglers this season just to get to this point. Couldn't ask for a better start to the day. We've got some interesting developments today. The underdog, Bryce tomorrow, been outperformed by Tripp Berlinski all week except for day 2. He did have the biggest bag on day 2 for his comeback. In the early lead, 2 fish, 7 pounds for this young man from Florida. Both anglers from Florida, both fishing at the University of North Alabama. Uh-oh, we have an update. Tripp Berlinski just a little bit out of cell service. Hopefully we get to see him. Looks like he has 2 keepers for 5 pounds, 12 ounces. We have 2 keepers in the boat for both anglers. It's gonna be a good day, I can already tell you that. We've seen 4 fish catches on the board in the first 15 minutes of our broadcast. It's going to be tight throughout the day for one classic spot. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket at Watauga Lake is presented by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. Roughly 1,000 anglers throughout the season, and we've whittled it down to just 2 remaining anglers. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Mike Sukon. You know him from the Daily Limit and from all of our Bassmaster live broadcasts. We've got former college angler from Auburn University, Logan Parks, also a stellar pro, finishing his 2nd season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He is going to greet one of these 2 anglers at the Bassmaster Classic in Knoxville in a few months' time. And Logan, as we look at it, you know how fishing goes day to day. You can never assume what happened yesterday will happen today, and we already have 2 quick catches from both anglers. But Bryce, most definitely, even though it's zeroed out, has to feel like the underdog today and needed a good start, at least for his confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, his partner's caught 19, 20 pounds. We've seen those weights, those big weights. So I think going into today, Bryce is thinking, I've got to catch at least a 4-pound average to have a chance to win. And he's already got one of those close to 4-pound class fish. So he's thinking, I'm, you know, 1/5 of the way there. That's what I'd be thinking in my mind. I'd be pretty confident right now if I was him after a slow start yesterday to already have 2 solid fish in the boat.
Such, we talk about winning all the time. That's the goal of tournament fishing, and we cover the biggest and best moments of every trail that we have on Bassmaster. But what's at stake for these guys today other than that Bassmaster Classic prize? Because that's the one everyone fishes for, but this is life-changing in so many other ways, the opportunities they get.
That is the big one, Ronnie. I think they get a check for $7,500. They get use of a truck and boat next year in the Opens, and they get the glory anymore.
Absolutely. And Logan, one last thing before we get out of studio. Think about the weights that we've seen. 20-plus pounds yesterday for Trip Berlinski. That means he had basically 57 pounds and change over 2 days of over 3 days of competition. Late September on a place that they only had a day and a half of practice on. How incredible is this fishery, Watauga Lake, putting out fish late fall when it's supposed to be tough? We're seeing almost 20 pounds a day for our leader.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We're just seeing some unbelievable weights, and I think it really just goes to show the caliber of fishermen that we're watching. You know, we're getting to learn from some of the best college anglers in the world the past couple of days. They're just continue to impress me. The weights are so impressive every time they go anywhere. And, I mean, it's unbelievable. It's September. It's supposed to be tough fall fishing, and we're seeing almost 20 pounds a day over 4 days of competition. It's going to be really exciting today to see who catches that 20 pounds a day. I think that's going to be the key.
Well, once upon a time, a few years ago, we were sitting in studios saying, man, the caliber of these college anglers are so good, and that was including you, especially back in the 2021 College Classic bracket, where Logan Parks and Tucker Smith punched their ticket through Team of the Year. What a great season you guys had there, and honestly, we knew all about you through the high school series. We knew all about Tucker through the high school series. Sometimes that doesn't translate to the next level of the college fishing season. And to see you guys do that and then also take it nationally, win $1 million tournament. You guys won a tournament in 2021 in the college series, won Team of the Year, made the bracket, and Tucker was runner-up there. When you guys get this momentum rolling and the confidence that it brings, every day of fishing, you can learn something new, even when you're catching them better than the rest of the people. How big was college fishing for your learning curve as you made it to the next levels?
College fishing for me was absolutely crucial to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. I fished places that the Opens go to. I fished places that we travel to on the Elite Series now, all through the College Bassmaster Series, and gained confidence and learned, you know, truly how to drive 15 to 20 hours away from the house and compete. It really diversified my fishing and made me a super diversified angler, which is so crucial to be able to consistently compete at this level.
Absolutely. As we take a look at our 2 competitors today, Trip Berlinski on the left, Bryce DeMar on the right. You see both anglers have 2 fish, Trip with 512 and Bryce with 7. This is unofficial weights. They are weighing them in their boat on their own, putting them in the live well, and they will make it official later today at Cove Ridge Marina with Glenn Kale and the rest of the supporting staff and fans that have shown up and family to support these 2 anglers.
I get
One of
hung
these
up more on a
20-year-olds.
weedless jig than I do on a bare hook.
Already seeing Bryce mix up his baits quite a lot. You know, he picked up a topwater a minute ago. I've seen him throw the glide several times. Looks like he's throwing a jig right now. Seems like he's changing up his approach a little bit today, so that'll be interesting to see if we see some more baits play today.
And that's one thing that we can say is available to guys like Bryce and Tripp. They've been fishing off the bank slightly, you know, but overall shallow, 6 to 10 foot of water. And so they're within a cast length of the bank at all times compared to the guys who are out in the middle, where this is basically the only way they can present their bait. They have the opportunity to fish in a foot of water on the bank, those fish in between them in the bank, under their boat, and then over to the right of their boat as well. So they've got a lot of different fish stages that they're in, especially with this water falling the past few days for drawdown, and now it's starting to stabilize as they've stopped pulling water out.
It was interesting to hear Cole Sands, you know, chime in yesterday too, talking about how the water falling is making these fish cruise the banks up shallow and feed. And, you know, a lot of people would think with the falling water conditions, it's going to pull those fish way off the bank. But actually what it does is it exposes the habitat and the cover all those crawfish and the shallow brim are living in, and forces them to retreat, you know, to a next piece of cover, and that creates a feeding opportunity for these bass. So I think that's why they're having such great success around these shallow laydowns, shallow rocks, and just kind of right off the edge of the bank.
It's on the story, Berlinski's been targeting like a clay bottom with rock, where I'm imagining a lot of the great fish are living and moving when the water comes down.
And it makes sense what Cole said, but it also put questions in my mind of like, when the water's falling, you expect them to come out, but yes, it's revealing the bank, so any piece of structure in the water is going to be a high percentage place. But then when that water stops falling and it stabilizes, at least stops moving for a week or two or whatever it's going to be, he said those fish would pull off there, and I was expecting maybe that would get better on the bank because they wouldn't have the fear of losing their ceiling. You know, it wouldn't keep encroaching on them. But maybe this fishery is different. Maybe that's just a preconceived notion and a myth from the past as we make our way over to Tripp Berlinski. Both these anglers have been really keying in on stretches in the same general region of the lake, but opposite sides of the lake. They've been able to have this portion to themselves, really untouched by the other competitors. Tripp's stretch has docks mixed throughout it. Like you said, the bottom mock-up is clay with some rock, where it looks like a lot more rock and 45-degree banks of slate rock and things like that for Bryce tomorrow. Some pea gravel mixed in. Watching Tripp Berlinski. No audio at the moment for him. You can see that fog is much thicker than it was yesterday. Yesterday, day one we had haze hanging above the trees. Yesterday's fog dipped down into the trees. And this morning it looks like it's definitely socked in some parts. They had enough clarity we saw through our drone shots to leave the marina this morning, but on that eastern portion of Watauga Lake, looks like it is fogged in considerably.
Yeah, this time of year it can be kind of tricky. You get through blast off, and blast off's all good, and then it kind of get that cool morning air, and that fog sets in really thick and kind of can last throughout the midday even. So it'll be interesting to see how that'll affect the fish and affect what the anglers are doing.
I just looked at the weather and said it's going to get partly sunny, and then cloud cover will build later in the morning. Got to burn off first.
Well, we said it is a possibility that a North Alabama angler would make it to the Bassmaster Classic based on the way they were on seeding day. Well, it is a 100% chance, not a fog today, but of a Lion victory. Whether it's Team Trip Berlinski or Team Bryce tomorrow, a North Alabama angler will make their first appearance in the Bassmaster Classic. Tomorrow up 2 fish, 7 pounds. Berlinski, 2 fish, 5 pounds, 12 ounces. Final day of the Strike King Bassmaster College season here at the Classic Bracket. Presented by Luz. Watauga Lake, Carter County, Tennessee is your host this week. It's been a great time there as so many people in the community have taken care of our anglers, and it's down to just 2. The cabins are empty, Such. Everyone's left except these 2 anglers.
Oh, somebody's got to be sticking around to watch these guys and cheer them on.
Trip Berlinski, Bryce Demaro, North Alabama, teammates. Classic opportunity, chance to represent on the Bassmaster Opens next year.
It blows my mind. Both these guys are about 20 years old, and they'll become the 15th college angler to advance straight to the Classic.
First time we've had teammates face off against each other in the finals since 2020. So we take a look at Bryce tomorrow. He had a great start this morning, but let's take you through the last few days of competition. Honestly, we are good luck because day 1 we didn't have a camera with him, and he had 12 pounds. And then every day we've had a camera with him, he has done better than that. So I'm going to go ahead and claim it. But 18 pounds on day 2 here, and everything's changed for the most part. We saw where he started his day 2, caught a lot of spotted bass, started mixing in smallmouth, was kind of figuring out why are spotted bass encroaching in my area. Then we saw him get within a cast length or so on this straight bank, and he started mixing in a lot more largemouth. And this one on Saturday, a 5.5 pounder, the biggest one we've seen this week.
Hook fell right out too.
Helped really propel him on day 2, where he was 7th after day 1. Needed to get in the top 4, ended up finishing 2nd for the day. And then day 3, semifinal Sunday. Matched up against Ben Burns, the 2-3 matchup. These guys were separated by just a few ounces over 2 days of competition. And then yesterday, for the most part, quality. 3 fish for 9 or 10 pounds in the morning. Slow go of it though. Then the afternoon sun poked out some. It got a little brighter like this. Started to catch a few more and ended up around that 15-pound mark to defeat Ben Burns.
This morning, but 2 more decent ones in the boat.
Got to feel good, Logan, that yesterday the sun really helped him out. And this morning that he is catching them in the low skies and the fog, being able to switch it up as we go out to Bryce Live.
So we pulled up to the first spot and honestly got started pretty quick. First couple minutes caught like a 3.5, and then I was able to put another like 3 1/4 in the boat pretty quickly. So I'm working really, really slow, really methodical, just taking my time. Don't let anything up. I'm just gonna take my time, work slowly, and do what I do. I know today I'm gonna have to catch. I can assume Trip is probably gonna have over 19. So I'm around him. I know I am. Yesterday, kind of had a lot of missed opportunities, and I think with my missed opportunities, I could have had a pretty decent day, but we're where they live, and You know, just gonna try to capitalize on the bites that I get and just fish to the best of my ability. Yep.
Yeah, based on how Bryce described his day yesterday, throughout the day, every time we went to him, it was almost like the day that could have been for him. You know, he talked about multiple break-offs, multiple fish pulling off, so it may have been a little tighter than, you know, it looked like yesterday at the weigh-in if he had landed everything that he had hooked, so.
Absolutely, especially when it's a little bit more difficult. He's got a long stretch of bank that he's been working down all week, but really just this area has been productive for him. So he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. He's hoping that certain key portions of this stretch work, and so when you start losing those bites, missing those bites, it begins to wear on you a little bit more, and every single hook set's more pressure, and it's never good, Logan, when you set the hook and you're like, the first thing you think is, please don't come off this time. You know, like, then the rest of your fight, you were just sweating it out.
Better.
Looks like he's got a target right here.
How are you gonna do it?
Tripp mentioned yesterday, water temperatures, for those who do not know, Northeast Tennessee, still decently warm. It may feel cool outside, they may have cold nights, but 74 to 76 degree water for the most part. That's what he mentioned yesterday. And so these fish are definitely, like Logan said, it's fall fishing. They're in that transition mode from the summer to the early fall weather outside. In the next few weeks, it'll start to most definitely change. Let's take a look.
50-degree nights.
Yeah, those 50-degree nights will help lower that water temperature for sure. Let's take a look at Tripp Berlinski's last few days of competition. So he started the week 19-14 on day one. And then day two, he decided to fish different stretches of water that were not where he caught those 20 pounds of bass. He ended up catching 15-15, enough to hold off by a couple pounds a hard-charging Bryce tomorrow. He was the #1 seed going into our bracketed competition. He had 35-plus pounds over 2 days of competition.
We're leaving out of here. This
And
is only water.
on semifinal Sunday, ends up catching 20 pounds, 10 ounces. We're going to see that right now. Yesterday's action, and fellas, we didn't think that 19-14 was going to get beat, really, and 20 pounds, 10 ounces, a massive day for him yesterday. It definitely set the tone of, hey, Tripp's the one who's going to have to be beat today, no doubt. He's going to bring his game.
He's skinny.
towards the end of the day, it just seemed like every time he set the hook, it was a big one.
Oh my gosh.
Even when we were almost thinking he was going to stop fishing at a certain point, but he just kept fishing new water and different water and made it look easy yesterday. Saw fish spitting up crawfish, pinchers throughout the week with him, and that's one key that Cole Sands said for these guys who were fishing 6 to 10 feet of water. A lot more bluegill feeders, a lot more crawfish eaters versus those out in the open water alewife chasers. This was a late call for him as well after he caught that 5-pound smallmouth. Makes another catch here for 3.5. He says that is a bag, 20 pounds, 10 ounces, a massive day for him. And he has 57 plus pounds for 3 days of competition, almost 20 pounds a day. So we're back out live with Trip Berlinski. You can see that fog has definitely settled in even more in their area.
Unreal. I'm an idiot for that one. God dang it, Trippy. Why'd you do that? Who knows? Maybe there's another one. Not maybe. I know there's another one somewhere. I'll fish all of this again, luckily. Today's the last day I can come catch them. So that's good at least. I think this today, like that 10 or 12 bag.
Over to Bryce tomorrow. Working that thing.
Yeah, he was.
We hadn't seen that much action put into it. Seen some dice baits this week. We've seen some Nico rigs with finesse worms. We've seen jig head minnow. Some of our guys who are headed home got to see them throw buzz baits, pop-Rs, flipping a jig as well. Congratulations to all the anglers who have made it to the bracket. Teams from Carson Newman, from Stephen F. Austin, from Lander University, those 3 stellar fishing teams and programs, great anglers, able to make it to a place that every college angler wishes they could be, the College Classic bracket, but North Alabama has survived and advanced each day. 2 North Alabama anglers remain. We will be in North Alabama country relatively next week, or this coming week. It's Monday. Hope you're starting off your week great watching us at work. But we will be in the North Alabama region, Decatur, Alabama, Wheeler Lake, October 2nd through the 4th, the next Bassmaster EQ stop number 2. 3 events for Opens anglers to qualify for the Elite Series and to make the Classic. There's some elite guys trying to keep their spot on the top tour by qualifying as well. We will be live on that Saturday, October 4th. No rest for the weary. Bassmaster.com, Roku Sports Channel. Back out on Watauga Lake for the final day of the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket, the last day of our amateur youth programs for the season. Got a couple days of competition left overall. We've got 2 more EQ events, aka the Bassmaster Opens. We've got Bass Nation Team Championship, things like that. We've also got Redfish Cup to wrap up the year. So we head back out to Bryce tomorrow. Our current leader unofficially, 2 fish, 7 pounds even, beating out Trip Berlinski currently, 2 fish, 5 pounds, 12 ounces.
Oh my goodness, come on. Followed it out.
I know what that is, Logan. It went viral in the comments section yesterday, that little noise that we just heard, and everyone, it happened during a fish catch yesterday, and everyone was like, did someone just do what we thought they did? No, he's gulping. We just heard him swallow, and it made that noise. So it just hit me this morning. I know what that is. But we'll let people believe what they want to believe.
Gets the video more views.
It does. You like this approach by Bryce, pulling up to these big lay-down trees that definitely have multiple fish probably hanging in them throughout the day, and he threw a popper out there to try to draw a bite. He did see one react to it, but now he's going back in there with finesse to try to coax them now that he knows they exist.
Yeah, it's interesting to see.
Yeah, so I'm fishing this, like, to be honest, this is a more flatter bank out here, even though the bank's right there and I'm sitting in like 12 foot. At least on this side of the lake. Yeah, it's a little bit steeper bank. It's got some laydowns on it. And yesterday, I was explaining a little bit earlier that when the sun finally got out, I was able to, on these Highland Reservoir lakes, the bluegill seemed to come up to the top and like sip. And when that sun got out, I was able to see that. And I just think they're here. Saw a bunch of big largemouth chasing them up on the bank. And then there's these little rocks all on the bank, and there's also a bunch of crawfish. So there's a good forage here, bigger forage. Crawfish and bluegill are going to be your bigger forage. So that means your bigger fish are going to be in this area, and they have been in the tournament. So just fishing this bank. It seems like the smallmouth seem to be cruising down the bank, just right off the edge, and the largemouth seem to be sitting in the structure, so in the laydowns, right on the edge of the rocks. So I'm just being super slow, super methodical, trying to pick apart every single laydown. Sometimes hard to see them on scope when they're literally swimming up on the bank. So I'm just working my way through here super slow, and hopefully I can put something together. You know, I always do this. You think I'd learn to put my baits up before I use them again. So I always get tangled up.
Been thoroughly impressed with Watauga Lake in this part of the country. We know last year it was devastated by Hurricane Helene and all of that, but the communities are resilient and they care about the outdoors. Such a beautiful part of the country, north and east Tennessee specifically, and it's all, a lot of it due and thanks to the efforts of TVA and TWRA on keeping these ecosystems running at top capacity and habitat introduction as well. So we got to talk to some of them about their efforts post Hurricane Helene.
We're here to talk about the reef balls that we've been constructing here in eastern Tennessee. If you think about where we're at geographically, we're in the upper end of the Tennessee River watershed, and most of the reservoirs we have here are drawn down in the wintertime. So this kind of leads to the natural erosion and decaying of any kind of natural habitat that was out there. So part of our jobs is to make sure that we try to put those types of habitat back into the reservoirs for fish. In the past, we put Christmas trees and all sorts of different things, and because of those drawdowns, they get exposed and then they just deteriorate or decay quicker. So fish do like that type of habitat, but you know, it's a continual process, and you're kind of working and working and working to keep up with it. So the guy that oversees the construction and deployment of habitat in this region, Russell Young, he and I have talked about this for several years and trying to figure it out. And I was at a meeting one time and talking to this guy about this sort of thing, and he suggested us to look into the reef balls that Reef Innovations kind of developed. So we were able to get some grants from different organizations, local and then federal, to maybe try this out here and see what we thought. So we started constructing these things and discovered that, you know, this is really, really good. One of the advantages of these are they last, you know, the 500 years or better is kind of their life expectancy. And then the other thing is we use natural material that's collected out of the Tennessee River watershed where we are, and then that also makes it maybe more aesthetic, you know, lots of different things. And these things, when they sit on the bank, they don't move, like the Christmas trees we were using. And the other advantage is different species of fish will utilize them because they mimic like rocks, like for smallmouth, for instance. They really don't utilize brush as much as other species, so the smallmouth will be attracted to them, crappie, brim, largemouth, spotted bass.
Great to see the 500 years, guys. I mean, that's gonna be a big smallmouth when it gets that old.
Or people find them in 1,000 or 2,000 years and wonder, what are these things?
What is this? What is this? Trip Berlinski still trailing his teammate Bryce DeMauro in today's matchup. The bracket finals, 2 fish apiece for both of them. Still more work to be done. We'll be back at Watauga Lake shortly. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket here at Watauga Lake, Carter County, Tennessee. Our college bracket is presented by Luz. Final day here of the season for the college series. A spot going to the Bassmaster Classic for the winning angler today. And it's between 2 teammates, Bryce DeMauro and Trip Berlinski from the University of North Alabama, the Lions. They have a real lion on campus, guys. Did you know that, Such? I know you love facts like that.
A real lion.
They have a real lion. Yeah, we've had college weigh-ins at Pickwick on campus there, and it is a fishy part of the country. North Alabama. Some photos there of Trip and Bryce throughout their time fishing together. Local tournaments to the Bassmaster stage. And everything in between. These 2 anglers have put some time in together, and you know that, Logan, having the same partner, they end up becoming your best friend. It's probably an awkward, you guys met each other at a interest meeting for the fishing team, and you're like, hey, you want to be my partner? And then you end up becoming best friends, and you fish every tournament together, and you become team of the year, make it to the bracket. It's a great environment college fishing provides.
Yeah, it's an awesome experience to get to fish together, and you become, you know, so close, best friends, sharing, you know, maybe even a queen bed together on the road. Maybe you become too close sometimes.
Blow up mattress, you know, we've seen it all.
And going for all the marbles against him, that's got to be a little different.
But one thing it does secure is, yes, if you lose, you at least lost to the guy you care about the most in the bracket. And if you win, at least you know that guy's got your back as well, you know.
Yeah, we heard Bryce talking yesterday, and you know, he said it just would be truly a blessing for them to get to fish together today against each other.
Right now, I'm fishing this brush pile right off the bank. It's about 20 foot of water. It's got some big ones on it. I've caught one every day of the tournament on this pile, and now I know there's big ones on it, but this morning it's like extra loaded. There's a good amount of fish on it. I think they're just getting smart. They followed everything I've thrown at it. This is my second cast with the jig, and they just follow it all the way up and down the pile. Throwing everything pretty much on my deck at them. So hopefully I can get one to bite. If they don't bite, can't spend too much time on them. Can always come back. Maybe a few will be hanging around later.
He mentioned that, you know, no matter who wins, obviously he's going to be a little disappointed if it's not him, but he's going to be really happy and excited for his teammate. And that's what it takes to be successful at this level. You know, you see these guys, you know, win college team of the year. That's the attitude, the mentality you got to have at this level, is that it doesn't really matter who catches the fish throughout the season, as long as it gets in the boat, you're working together as a team. And, you know, that's why they've been so successful together.
Yeah, you don't have to enjoy losing, but you certainly have to get used to it if you're in fishing, because you're going to be fishing at the next level against 200 plus people in the opens, and then you'll make it to the Elite Series where
I got to put on the juice.
maybe the young guys make it look easy,
I
but
need to.
it's not easy to win at that level.
No, these guys we compete against are unbelievable. You know, the days of getting back to the ramp and saying, dang, it was tough, maybe it was tough for everybody, those days are over. It's if it was tough, it was usually just tough for you. Everyone's so talented.
Yes, sir. You know, I got 2 fish in the box right now. Seems like they're a little bit stingier today than they have been, but I'm not really worried about it. Wasn't as out here as early as we have been. Wasn't out here as early as we have been, but you know, I don't really think it's gonna affect me too much. I think it's just gonna kind of make it harder to catch a bigger one, just like a kicker, you know. So just not really worried though. I mean, I got all the way up there to fish till I can fish this stuff again, because I accidentally ran over a couple that I know will still be there. And I mean, the first fish I followed for like probably 150 yards and was just never able to get them to bite. But I mean, there's big ones swimming around, so I mean, eventually one of them's gonna mess around and bite me, and I just got to put them in the boat when that happens. So just a little slow and just making sure I fish for every fish I see, instead of running them over.
What Tripp's talking about there is,
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to even hit this one.
the speed at which he's trolling down the bank.
Because if I do this,
You walk a fine line between, you know, going too fast and then noticing the fish and you're coming at them too fast and you troll over them, and going too slow and not covering enough water. So it's that, how fast should I troll, you know, where I can be effective, see the fish, make a good cast to them without spooking them. But you need to be covering water and finding fish. So it's always a dilemma that I deal with, I know, on the water.
He said he just ran over to him. He's going to try to go up, let him settle a little bit, and come back at him. Ronnie, you know you made me look up lions on the North Alabama campus. There's not one.
There is one.
No?
I've literally seen it.
Nope. Leo III died. And they're studying right now if they could have Leo IV. It's been a tradition since like the 1950s.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They got a facility, but now there's new standards. They got to double it, so there's talk that they may bring a Leo IV. You're right in a way. It's pretty impressive, though. Have a lion on your campus. I bet they don't let students pet it, though.
No. And if you do, make sure it's after it's already eaten for the day.
Heard one time it escaped, and the UNA Bass team, it showed up at one of their parties.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Dawson Lynn's probably hosted that one, if we're being honest. We've got a bunch of college anglers making their way to the top level of the sport, the pros, and for the second time ever, though, this is kind of shocking when I looked it up. Jordan Lee had been the only former college angler to win the Bassmaster Classic until Easton Fothergill did this year. So now exclusive company between two of the brightest young stars. I guess Jordan Lee, he's still young overall, but Easton Fothergill going from
very young
high school to college and opens, and now the Bassmaster Classic as a champion. Here's his path the last 3 years of time.
To the 2024 Bassmaster Classic.
So proud.
Now you can give Dana back his vote. You got your own, my friend. Classic now, my friend. Congratulations.
Giant! Giant! Come on! Yes! 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 Let's go! Oh my God. That is a giant. Are you kidding me, bro?
Your Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic champion.
I'm impressed with his determination to recover from his brain surgery. He had a brain abscess to fish that first college bracket.
It was cleared 3 days prior, and it was the best angler on the water by far every day of competition. And then we were shocked. He normally got up to a great start. Tucker Smith was the one who had a great start instead of a midday. He needed an afternoon flurry, and he did. We always saw the flair for dramatics, and boy, I know Tucker's glad to get a victory at Fork because he had been Mr. Second for a while there, just like his hero and mentor, Aaron Martins. But somebody's got to finish second today, but someone's dream will come true. Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket, one of the most favorite weeks of the year, especially for the youth anglers of the sport, the next generation, the generation that is storming the Bassmaster Opens and eventually making it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. filling the industry. It has been incredible to see not only on the water how many college anglers have made it to the top level, but also how many have gone on to work in the industry within companies and media assets and so many other different things. And so college fishing has definitely provided an avenue for the next generation.
Dream Maker weekend.
That one hurt. He was going to bite if I didn't screw that up. I got to calm down. I think that's my issue this morning. I'm just getting so fired up because I know they are. I know what they are. Just big ones, so.
I'm gonna ask Logan Parks, what was your dream? What set you on this path to be a pro fisherman?
For me, it was kind of an unexpected journey. You know, I grew up fishing, but it was mostly just pond fishing, getting run off the local golf course ponds behind the house. And I kind of stumbled into tournament fishing in about 8th grade when we started the high school fishing team. And actually, Jordan Lee came and spoke to us at a meeting, took us pond fishing a few weeks later.
Slow down is what I need to do.
And a few weeks after that,
and quit hauling butt.
He went on to win the college bracket. Fished his first classic. That was the first classic that I attended, which was the 2014 Lake Guntersville.
Yep.
That Randy Howell went on to win. His first classic I'd been to, watched the final day weigh-in, and from that moment on, I knew that that's where I wanted to be.
This guy makes me feel old. He's only 5 years younger than me. That was my first classic I worked. Holy cow.
That's 12 years ago. Oh, you were youngin'. What, about 14, 15? Yeah.
Yeah, and then what really set it off for me was that next year, I marshaled for my first Elite Series event because I'd turned 16 and I was old enough to marshal. And on day one, I got paired with Mike Iaconelli at Lake Guntersville.
Wow.
He caught 28.5 pounds and led the tournament, and I got to see it firsthand in the boat with him. And that really made me fall in love with the game.
That one hurt. I know that one was going to bite if I didn't screw it up.
Tomorrow, flipping out in front of the boat with a jig, it looked like.
So from that point on, it was a learning process. You just wanted to gain as much knowledge and tactics about bass fishing as you could?
Yeah, I just fell in love with it. Wanted to learn as much as I could. Started watching all the live coverages. Went back and I had a couple online, classes in high school, and I was able to just watch old Bassmaster videos during those. So just try to soak up as much as I can. Take it to college, and here we are today in the Bass studio. So it's been a pretty awesome journey so far.
I'll say.
Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios. We're here at the Pro Guide Screen of Knowledge, and this is the 15th angler, the 15th opportunity for a college angler to make the Bassmaster Classic through the College Classic bracket. We're going to go through the history of that and show you at the screen all of the bracket winners over the first 14 years of this competition, and we'll take it from newest to latest. When it comes to 2024, Dylan Akins, your defending champ from Emmanuel University. He is in our Bassmaster EQs. He has made it to the top 50 in the Opens in his division, been able to make it to the EQ portion. We will see him at Wheeler Lake this coming week. He's practicing today, day 2 of practice. We know Easton Fothergill from Montevallo, the Bassmaster Classic champ this year, the second college angler to ever win the Bassmaster Classic. 2022, Louis Minetti. Very cool situation here. Louis went to his first Bassmaster Classic in person, or he went to a Bassmaster Classic, sorry, not his first one, in Knoxville in 2019. Took a photo of it and says, "I'll be back here." He ends up winning the 22 bracket to make it to Knoxville Guntersville for the 2023 Classic. Very, very cool for him. Tristan McCormick winning that nail biter against Tucker Smith on the Alabama River in 2021 from Bethel University. Tristan advancing. Not Trey McKinney. I see McKinney now and think Trey. This is actually Trey's cousin, Trevor McKinney, in 2020, beating his teammate Blake Jackson on Lay Lake, and he from McKendree University made it to the Classic as well. And then we go back to kind of 6 years ago when Cody Huff, who's been around for a while now, made back-to-back brackets. He won the championship, made the bracket in 18, did not win that bracket, made the championship or made the bracket in 19 as well, wins that on Watts Bar, and he represents Bethel University in the Bassmaster Classic. 2018, Nick Ratliff from Campbellsville eked out a tight one over Nolan Miner at Milford Lake in Kansas to win that. Jacob Fouts going back-to-back, winning from the national championship, turning around the next week and beating his teammate in the final, Jake Lee from Bryan College. Jacob Fouts winning the 2017 and then becoming the paper boy at the 2018 Bassmaster Classic. We had John Garrett at Kentucky Lake, absolutely one of the most blowout college brackets of all time. They end up making it through Green River Lake in Kentucky and then goes down to Kentucky Lake for the bracket and dominates those 4 days of competition overwhelmingly to win the bracket there. 2015, we were in Wisconsin and Trevor Lowe was able to win on Portage Lakes there to make the Classic at Grand Lake in 2016. Then our first 4 years of the college angler making the Classic. It wasn't necessarily a full-fledged bracket when Andrew Upshaw fished, but 2014 Brett Pruitt, that's the one I keep mentioning, where Zach Parker at Lake Chautauqua was the best angler overwhelmingly every day of competition, but Brett Pruitt on the final day had a schooling fish area. They came up at the right time. He even hooked himself in the head, did not matter, was able to go on and catch enough weight to win and upset Zach Parker. And then we have the Lee brothers, back-to-back years. Jordan Lee actually finishing second to Matt in this bracket, Matt going to the Classic. The next year, Jordan makes it, beats his teammate Shane Powell in the finale to make the Classic there as well. And obviously we know they didn't have a bracket the first one, but it was the championship teammates, Andrew Upshaw versus Ryan Watkins from Stephen F. Austin. Head-to-head, Upshaw won. They actually weighed him in here in the Bassmaster Studios. I think they weighed him right here where I'm standing. And he was the first college angler to go and represent at the Bassmaster Classic. So 15th angler will make the Bassmaster Classic today out of Bryce DeMauro and Trip Berlinski. Very, very cool opportunity and a lot of success, whether you're the winner or loser today, or if you made the bracket and didn't even make it to today. Quite a few big names have fished this college bracket.
Kind of fitting that Jordan Lee had the best, as the college bracket qualifier into the Classic, had the best finish. He was on a home body of water. He's pointing across the launch dock and saying, yeah, I grew up right here fishing. He finished 6th in that Classic, and then Easton Fothergill is our next best with a 16th.
And I think that no other college angler had ever made the final day cut, the top 25 in a Classic. Jordan Lee did it. Obviously a great finish there. And then you have a bunch of people miss the top 25. And then you have Cody Huff in 2020 at Guntersville, made the top 25. Louis Minetti 24th. Made the top 25. And then Easton Fothergill made it as well.
16th.
Grand Lake. So very cool to see now.
He goes and wins it next year.
I'll say the learning curve has gone down some. Technology helps that as well. But you see that one angler from 2011 to 2020, or one angler from 2011 to 2019 had made the final day cut at the Classic from the College Series. And now 3 of the last 4 years have done it.
Couple roommates on that list.
Yeah, and can't even say it was technology for Louis Minetti, because we know he was not doing it, not down with it.
Kind of a rags to riches story. His boat was kind of beat up and well publicized. We had some early catches here, 2 from each angler. Bryce DeMauro struck first, 3 3/4 pounder. Then he added another 3 1/4. He's up to 7 pounds, still on 2 fish. And Berlinski has 2 for 512.
Yeah, it's funny. We look at that list of anglers who have won the bracket, and we know multiple of them have made the Elite Series, and we're going to have
I gotta catch this fish.
a couple of those guys who aren't in the Elite Series fishing this week to make it. So not only have they not done it yet, but they're still in process. They're still competing at a high level. I won't be shocked if Trevor McKinney joins his cousin soon. Trevor's just been, he's always been great and consistent, and taking some setbacks here and there, though.
Dylan Akins, he's standing pretty high in the EQ standings after one event. Next week is going to be pretty telling of who can make it after the 3 event sprint here to make the Elite Series next year.
Well, you mentioned it, Such, Dylan Akins. Yeah, we talked about from Emmanuel University, coached by Pam Martin Wells. We were thinking about them all throughout this year as Pam was battling so valiantly. But let's take it back to Tim's Ford last year. Incredible smallmouth fishing as well. We saw guys using technology but catching them on top water. And Dylan Akins, your 2024 Bassmaster College Bracket champion, loves fishing around the Lake Lanier area. Had a pretty successful season in the opens throughout. And like you said, Such, 1/3 of the way down. You want to have as many good finishes as possible. He did job number 1 at Champlain, Wheeler Lake up next. Fist bumps for the cameraman. Survived a hard charge from Aaron Jagdfeld to win the College Classic bracket, head to the Bassmaster Classic. The picture's not quite clear on who's going to be the representative this year. We still have a tight battle, some spotty service, and some fog setting in here at Watauga Lake. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket at Watauga Lake is presented by Lew's this week.
Carter County, not to be confused with Carter Country, the old sitcom, long time ago. You guys probably never heard of it.
No, it definitely is old.
It was pretty funny.
We've got an update.
Got an update. 3
fish now, it looks like, for Trip Berlinski. 7 pounds, 12 ounces gives him the unofficial lead over Bryce DeMauro. If you're doing the quick math, he added a 2-pounder to his total. He's definitely caught and kept 2 of the smallest fish we've seen him do all week, 2 2-pounders. Well, I say we've seen this week. We haven't seen him today, but that's another topic.
Maybe he's caught all those 4.5, 5-pound smallmouth in his region.
He's hiding.
Why would he do that?
I'm excited this afternoon for him to return to his rock pile from yesterday afternoon that he mentioned it was loaded with smallmouth, he said. And he looked back up there after catching 1 over 4 on this last cast of the day and said, yep, they're there, and I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. So it could be some late day fireworks. No pun intended. We got the TNT logo right there.
Boom. On the first 2 days, he caught fish on his first casts, which sent him on his way on day 1 in 1914.
With Such, you forget to mention he didn't cast for 30 minutes. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, he might not have.
No, he did. He did. We don't want to do that. We don't want to get that going.
I've heard anglers say that superstition makes them cast away from any target, so their first cast they won't catch one, and then.
I'd rather every single one of my casts be a cast that could catch a bass.
Absolutely.
Well, they're goofing around. They just like getting the line out, and
Ike and Nelly did that one. I marshaled for him.
Just cast to the other side.
Yeah, he just pitched it in the water. Said, "All right, first cast out of the way."
Okay. See, yeah. Oh, didn't make it up.
For the first time ever this year, I accidentally brought a banana with me on the water.
Uh-oh.
And it didn't really seem to affect anything.
Yes.
So.
You want to know what? I'll tell you this, since Such is full of fun facts all the time. I'll tell you where the banana bad luck thing came from. When they would bring ships from overseas with huge bushels of bananas, someone on the boat every trip would die. And it wasn't because of the bananas, it was because of the spiders that lived in the banana, you know, like the trunk, the stem of the bananas would get out on the boat, get someone, and they would be on their way for a week, wouldn't be able to get the adequate treatment, and they would die. And so it was always like, if you had a banana on the boat, it was bad luck. Well, it wasn't the banana, it was the spider, and luckily, it's 2025 and we don't have spiders in our bananas. So.
Those bananas are bad luck. Wait, that person's a witch. You guys haven't seen that either.
I haven't seen that either. Tommy's not
How
here.
do you know it's
Normally
a witch?
I'm the one in the unknown.
That's
now
old
you're
Monty
the one.
Python.
Yeah.
Speaking of bananas, Panama disease is eradicating bananas. So, and they have not been able to find a cure to it. Learned that in school at Auburn. So if
Panama disease?
we don't figure out Panama disease, there may not be any more bananas.
What? What is that? I mean, I'm just trying to I'm trying to refute a lie, and now we're getting.
You're talking something tick-borne like Kyle Patrick suffering.
Kyle Patrick's suffering even before the tick bite.
What are you saying?
I was saying he is. He's tried to get away from himself multiple times, and he hasn't been successful yet. You know?
So the Zona's nickname, the fruit bat's accurate. Is that what you're saying?
I've never seen a fruit bat, but fruit fly for sure.
Oh boy.
We love Kyle here on Bassmaster Live.
He's good entertainment, Ronnie. Pretty good angler too. It's kind of sad that he had to sit out last 2 tournaments with the tick bite that caused a heart ailment, and he fell. He was well inside the classic cut, and fell out with no points in 2 tournaments. Last 2 tournaments.
Yeah, John Cruz was thanking Emil Wagner. He needs to send a steak dinner to Kyle Patrick too, probably.
Yeah.
I talked to John Cruz getting into his 14th Classic, and he did a video where he was pumped up. It's like, I'll get Emil Wagner and his roommates steak dinner at the Classic, and I got something else, special surprise he's going to keep secret. I'm very curious what that's going to be. I mean, steak dinner to get you in the Classic. I mean, it should be more than that, don't you think?
Depends on if he wins.
If he wins, then way, 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 way more. And Cole Sands, I mean, he'd have to have big luck, but he's the second guy out. Kyle Norsetter's next, and then Cole Sands. And if somebody who has won a previous Open happens to win at Wheeler Lake, Kyle Norsetter's in, but then it'd have to be at Okeechobee too, unless Will Davis comes and wins another team nation championship
that
or
is,
something,
That is
not happening, huh?
No, he is not the man for the job this year. And if Blake Capps does win the nation championship, he needs that spot in the Classic.
Right.
So he would own it himself. He wouldn't double.
We still got some fishing coming up this season, don't we? The nation, couple of EQs, team championship. What else?
Weird.
Seems like these fish are getting pretty smart for these guys. We've seen quite a few rejections so far, begging the fish to bite, and then dang it, and interesting to see Tripp earlier throw a jig at one and it not bite, and then he became frustrated himself for throwing the jig at the fish. It's just usually that first bait you throw at the fish is key, and if it's not what the fish wants to eat, then you've kind of messed him up temporarily. You can maybe let him reset, and if you can relocate him, throw something else to him, 15, 30 minutes later, but that first bait presentation is crucial, and so it definitely seems like these fish are getting smarter for these guys.
So we always talk about colors, action, but scent has been a big thing that companies, whether that's marketing, whatever it is, or it's factual, scent attracting bass. Are you of the belief that scent detracts bass as well? You know, like it's not just all scent's good scent, that some scent's so pungent that you pitch it out in front of a bass and it reacts the same way. I was like, I don't like that smell or that taste of it. And it kind of messes them up as well. Not just the bait in their face, but the scent aspect.
Oh, absolutely. That's why, you know, I try to cover up with my FXR long sleeve shirts and gloves and, you know, the face masks and stuff, because I don't try not to use sunscreen because I don't want it on my hands. And, you know, they've done studies where these fish can smell, like specifically the one I'm thinking of is a trout study where they tested baits on trout, and then they walked over a mile upstream and put different scents in the water, and the human scent kept the trout downstream, you know, several miles downstream from biting because they could smell different scents. So
wow,
it's a proven thing. You know, Berkeley's got some amazing products with their max scent and stuff, and they don't just put it on there for marketing. It works really, really well. So, but they're, like you said, you know, they have smell. There's bad smells. So
yeah,
try to be very careful with what is getting on my baits.
Humans smell bad.
Yeah. You're telling me I need to wash my hands. And
yeah, I looked at you when I said that, Ronnie.
Yeah. But make sure it's not a fruity smelling soap.
Just wash them with power bait.
Oh, I did yesterday when we were at the bait and tackle section over there for the segment. I opened the pack and grabbed one out, and I was like, woo. Lunch didn't taste the same after that. I hadn't washed my hands before lunch. Watch a Bryce tomorrow, Trip Berlinski. Service is tough on this fishery, and so he is out of service currently, but when we do see him, we will check in and get updates and whatnot, but it looks like he's got keeper number 4 such.
Yeah, 3 1/4 pounder, I believe.
Up to 11 pounds, 4 fish for 11 pounds for Trip Berlinski. Certainly not the most on fire he's been this week, but after Bryce tomorrow put the first 2 on Bass Track, he has put the last 4 and is in the lead where he has been all week long.
In the lead, not where he's fishing.
No.
In the lead.
Well, he's fishing where he's been all week long, but he's also now on top like he has been.
He's changed up, remember? He didn't go to his day 1 spot. Is that where he's at today?
They've been fishing fairly close to each other, and make you wonder if that some of that celebrating, getting excited, pumped up is maybe just a tactic to intimidate the other angler, because you know that he can hear it when Trip's over there saying, boom, that's a big one, you know. Sure, Bryce can hear it, and vice versa, you know.
Sound travels well on water. But for his cell to be so poor, he must be on the low side of the mountain, Trip Berlinski.
Trip's down there somewhere, and so is Bryce tomorrow. Fog sinking in the tops of the mountains. Beautiful. East Tennessee, Carter County, and Watauga Lake. We'll be back. Bassmaster College Classic Bracket, the final week of the college season here at Watauga Lake in Carter County, Tennessee. Look at that, 5 fish now. Trip Berlinski, 13.5 pounds.
Oh boy.
Leading his partner, Bryce tomorrow, 2 fish for 7 pounds. A 13.5 pound limit. We wouldn't expect anything else right now other than the fact that Tripp has weighed in 3 fish under 3 pounds right now. That is something unfamiliar. He has no kickers yet today, but a limit, 13.5 pounds, as we take it in a little closer to where Tripp Berlinski is. And remember, we may have enough service to get them on Bass Track, but that doesn't mean we have enough service to see them get caught. There's 3 quick, short order there. Looks like the last 15 minutes, he's caught those 3 fish in his original first 2. Pretty close. Look how steep that bank was in proximity to each other there. So you had 2 in a 15-minute window, 2 in a 10-minute window for Tripp Berlinski. About an hour and a half goes by and he catches 3 more in 10 minutes. Finding little groups of fish, Logan, and being able to capitalize. You see a lot of these anglers, it has not been easy for these fishermen. You see a lot of casts that don't result in it, casts that spook fish as we head out to Bryce tomorrow. And so when they get mad at each other or get mad at themselves for spooking a fish or not making the right presentation, it matters because we see how when you do make the right one, you can get right in a hurry.
As long as I can put my bait in front of a big one's face enough times, hopefully it'll happen. Let's see, they're out here. Where?
Set it at the screen, all the bracket champions, how a good portion of them have gone on to the Elite Series, but just making the bracket shows you have the ability and the skill, especially qualification now through a full season of tournaments. It's not just win and in, it is a consistency throughout a year. We've had quite a few anglers make it through the college bracket, through college series in general. About 25% of the Elite Series every year as a former college angler, and that number seems to be growing to a certain extent. And we take a look back at some of the more notable bracket performances between anglers that have gone on to make the Elite Series and also win. Tyler Rivette making the bracket in 2015, winning an Elite Series event at Lake Okeechobee as well. We have Jacob Fouts winning the championship, and then also up there in Bemidji, and then also winning the bracket to advance. Cody Huff, he's a national champion. And then the next year followed it up with a bracket victory.
Like you got that thing?
Bethel University represented there in the bracket for the first time. Had Bo Browning fish at Drury and Montevallo. He joined us on Saturday of Bassmaster Live. He's a champion at the college level. Just finished up his rookie season as well. And we've got two goobers, Tucker Smith and Logan Parks, fished at Auburn University together. Who allowed these guys to pair up? This is unbelievable. And then Easton Fothergill winning the Bassmaster Classic, winning 2 Opens. Almost coming back to win Rookie of the Year. Tucker Smith beating him out, and Emil Wagner as well after having 2 100th place finishes basically to start his season. So we take a look at Bryce DeMaro's first 2 keepers of the morning, a 3.12 and a 3 1/4. Pretty close to each other. Short order this morning. We thought it was going to be on fire for him, but since leaving that stretch of that portion of his stretch has not worked out for him yet for more keepers. And now Trip Berlinski in his area has a limit.
Looks like he might have turned around, so might be going back through that zone. Maybe he'll catch a couple more. Sometimes it's timing specific, you know, when you kind of come across ones that are willing to bite, and then sometimes it's area specific. It's interesting seeing those 2 paired side by side, and then the other catches from Trip, you know, 2 little separate groups where he caught 2 and then where he caught 3 together. Makes me think, you know, maybe they're just hanging out in those little areas, and that's a specific zone that they need to be in.
I got a trivia question for y'all. How many of the 104 anglers on the Elite Series this past season fished in the College Series? I just counted them up. Out of 100,
go first.
104 anglers, how many
Have fished at some point.
have fished in the College Series? Yep.
Career fished college.
I'm gonna go with 47.
I'm gonna go like 33.
28.
Wow.
I was hoping y'all would go under and make it seem crazy. But 28 of the 104.
You always bring it up every year.
I mean, you can go through it
angler.
while we're watching Bryce try to trick a few fish. Justin Atkins, Mississippi State. Bo Browning fished at Drury. And also Montevallo. You had Brandon Card at Kentucky. Brandon Cobb at Clemson.
One of the first, Brandon Card.
Cook, Florida State. Will Davis Jr. was Bethel. Dakota Ebert, Tarleton State. Austin Felix, Minnesota. Easton Fothergill. Montevallo, Jacob Fouts, Bryan College. Go down to John Garrett, Bethel. Robert G., Tennessee. Wesley Gore, Montevallo. Also fished a part of our high school series. Cody Huff, Bethel. Jonathan Kelly, Coastal Carolina. Jordan Lee, Auburn. Shane LeHue, UNC Charlotte. Brandon Lester, Chattanooga. Andrew Loberg was Chico State out west. Brock Mosley, Ole Miss. Logan Parks, Auburn.
Logan
Got KJ Queen,
Oh,
Bethel.
geez.
Tyler Rivette, Nichols State. Cole Sands, Bryan College. You've got Tucker Smith, Auburn. We're almost down to the bottom. Emil Wagner, Ole Miss. Patrick Walters, South Carolina. Jake Whitaker, UNC Charlotte. And that's the list.
It's amazing some of the guys were the ones who started the club. Got it rolling.
Will Davis Jr., Bethel.
Yeah, I said him.
Oh,
I did say
okay.
him. Yeah. Don't you worry. Hey. Whoa. I know you're new to this Bassmaster Live thing, but like, don't you worry.
Say Bethel, Montevallo, and Auburn are probably right up there with. Bethel probably has the most right now, current elites.
It might be, yeah, Queen, Huff, Davis.
John Garrett.
John Garrett, that's 4. Auburn with 3.
We'll count Steve for 4. He would have fished for Auburn if they had a team back in the day.
I think Bob Downey went to Iowa. I think he fished while he was in college, but I don't think they had college fishing, if that makes sense.
So many more of the other guys say, boy, I wish we had a college program when I was going to school to fish.
That's the specific reason I chose my school. They had a college team, and they had journalism. Whether the path is fishing or something in the fishing industry, the college bracket, great platform to springboard. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket at Watauga Lake, presented by Lose. Final day action here. 2 anglers remain, both from North Alabama, trying to make it to the Elite Series. One day. Next year's Elite Series has some different rules as we have forward-facing sonar and non-forward-facing sonar events. Logan Parks, let's walk through it. We've got Gunnersville, Tennessee Tom Bigby, Santee Cooper, and Lake Champlain that will not have forward-facing. And you have Lake Martin, Arkansas River, Lake Murray, Pasquotank River, and St. Lawrence River, plus the Classic, will all have forward-facing sonar. Thoughts on stylistically, if it changes anything you might have planned to do or expected the outcome?
I think the most impactful events will probably be Champlain and Gunnersville. Gunnersville really set up to be potentially a record-breaking event. I mean, you got 35-pound bags being weighed out there in the fall time, and this was a February event. I was really excited for that one. So unfortunate the way the coin landed on that one. I was really looking forward to going there with forward-facing sonar and then going to Lake Martin with arguably a place you may not need it as much, being from there. But it's going to change up things. I thought originally when the schedule came out, it's set up really well before a coin flip to be a 50-50 schedule. As I mentioned yesterday, last year's season, I pretty much this past season caught half my fish with it, half without it. So there's a lot of rivers, a lot of shallow water fishing to be done, bed fishing. It's going to be a very diverse and interesting schedule, and it'll be a true testament to see if we can catch them without it. We'll see.
No, so when you look at Gunnersville, Martin, Tennessee Tom Bigby, Arkansas River, the whole rest of the schedule, are those the 2 that you haven't been to yet, the Tennessee Tom Bigby and Arkansas River, or have you been to everything else on the schedule?
Yeah, I haven't been to either of those places.
I'm sitting right off this little rock point, and it kind of just gradually declines out into some deeper water, and there's just like little boulders spread out through here, and there's the fish are holding on to them. I've had 2 sitting on these little boulders that have been really good ones. I haven't been able to get them to commit to my bait yet, but I'm gonna keep casting at them. I got 2 good ones in the box. I wouldn't even mind if they stayed the whole day. So you just gotta, I'm gonna keep casting at big ones, and 3 more of them are gonna bite at some point. So just gotta capitalize on the bites that I do get. And yeah.
I've also never been to Santee Cooper, surprisingly.
Oh, you've never been to Santee?
It's the one place that, I feel like a lot of events go to, and I've never been there, so I'm looking forward to that one this year. looks like a lot of fun. Big fish there, so should set up nicely to do a lot of shallow water, power fishing, bed fishing that time of year. When you hit it right, just bed fishing alone, you got a chance to break the all-time weight record as we've seen before. And a long time ago, there was a huge stringer of fish weighed there, so it's a historic fishery.
You go pre-practice on places you might not know, or just want to get a refresher on?
Yeah, I do pre-practice a little bit, not as much as a lot of the guys. I didn't do it near as much this year as I did last year, but I think this upcoming year, with the technology rules changing, I think I'll be pre-practicing probably a lot more, trying to go out there and explore offshores to get a better idea of what's going on when I come back for the events that don't have forward facing.
My question is, though, you had such a better second year than your first year, but you said you pre-practiced less than you did your first year. Why were you so successful this past season? Was it nerves your first year? Was it too much practice? Because not always practice days help you. You know what I'm saying? Like it can also often lead you astray at times, pre-practice wise.
I think I put a lot of pressure on myself the first year, and I was able to kind of just settle in the second year. I made some really mature decisions that I was proud of. Changing things up in the middle of the tournament. One of my better events this year was the first tournament, and it was the St. Johns River, where I actually had my worst finish of my career last year. I finished, I think, 103rd out of 102nd.
I'm looking right now.
Out of 103 anglers, so finished second to last, and that was a really disappointing event. So to go back there this year, I'm like, gosh, I got to catch them. Had a really tough practice, and at noon.
Oh, Bryce hooked up.
Catfish.
Catfish.
I didn't even mean to catch him.
Your first non-bass on camera all week.
At noon on day one, I had 0 fish at that event this year.
Right size, wrong flavor.
I made a significant change in what I was doing and was able to rally to a 18th place finish. So just mature decision making, I think, throughout the week of the events this year has helped me a lot.
I'm kind of confused when you were 21st last year, why this year you improved just 2 spots and you say it was a much better year?
Yeah,
well, pretty similar.
He was 8th going in the last event in points, and so his last event made him drop. He was top 10 in almost all year in points, though.
Yeah, I had two events I'd love to have back.
Fork and Mississippi River.
And both of those events, I was around the right fish. That's the frustrating thing. I fished some of the same offshore schools at Fork that my friends Tucker Smith and Emil Wagner did, and just didn't go the right way for me. And then at Mississippi River, I actually started on day 1 where Stetson Blaylock caught his big bag on day 2. And just didn't catch them. They weren't biting there. I was able to go to another little spillway, catch 13 pounds, had a good day 1. I was in the cut. And then day 2, Stetson comes down there with me. He starts on that spot. I go to the other one because, I didn't catch him there anyways. When I come back around, he's leaving. He's caught a big bag, and, I just wasn't able to catch him off of it. So I'm like, I knew what to do, and so can't be too mad about that, to find the fish and just, it is frustrating to not capitalize on it, but gives me the confidence to know that I did do, some of the right things that week.
That thing. He swam in right when one was on it. And then, of course, he eats it. No, I did not want him.
There it is again. Big gulp.
I'd be gulping too if I was a few hours away from potentially making my first Bassmaster Classic. can't. Yeah, I've been there, so I can't imagine the nerves, but not on the final day of the bracket. That's it's got to be just unbelievably nerve-wracking.
So quiet, you gotta feel pretty alone out there, I would imagine. Just your thoughts, what you need to do.
I do want this one.
Demons on your shoulder. Do I leave? Do I?
At least in Bryce's situation, it does seem like he's seeing a lot of good quality fish. So, he's around him and he knows that. Just got to persuade him.
It's clearing a little bit. We're going to get a little sun before some clouds.
Hey, you guys laughed at me yesterday. When it got sunny, we saw a lot more anglers popping up, and we saw it was people more consistent.
Yeah,
I'm telling
not
you.
just fishing got better.
I'm telling
Cell
you.
signal got better, huh? It's moisture in the air. I guess it knocks it back a little bit.
It's
huh,
the
Rennie?
electromagnetic metal in the clouds.
Some friends following him out there on the water today. Wonder if a bunch of the UNA guys made the trip over to root their teammates on. I'm sure they'll probably have a big party at the weigh-in.
Trip Berlinski in the lead, 5-fish limit, 13.5 pounds. Bryce DeMauro thought that was gonna be keeper 3, but it was a catfish. 2 fish for 7 pounds for him. Still plenty of day to go and still plenty to build a limit for DeMauro. Berlinski holding the lead currently. Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket at Watauga Lake, Tennessee. Beautiful place. Just south of Bristol, Tennessee, just east of Johnson City. And if you're right there near the border, it's just west of Boone, North Carolina. Perfect backdrop for a championship event. 2 anglers out there on Watauga, 5 fish away from making their classic dreams come true, and Trip Berlinski, he has his limit. We hope to show you those and see those at some point today. And Bryce DeMauro chasing him now, was the early leader, caught 2 fish quickly and has not caught a keeper since. It got slow for Bryce. And he is now trailing in the matchup versus Trip Berlinski.
He does have 2 though for over half the weight that Trip has. So,
yeah, Trip just called about 12 ounces. He's up to 14 1/4. Yeah, Berlinski's small, was a 2-pounder, so he must have just caught a 212. Gained 12 ounces, get up to 14.4. Last year, Ronnie Easton Fothergill kind of had a stranglehold on the top spot every day, but There's been some really tight, interesting races. Which one's I think of the Nolan Minor, Nick Ratliff, and the Tristan McCormick, Tucker Smith.
Yeah, I thought that, you know, when they did the weight reveal at halftime of the Nick Ratliff, Nolan Minor, you know, 2018 Milford Lake bracket, I think it was like an 11-pound lead for Nick Ratliff over Nolan Minor. They go back out after the weight reveal. Nolan basically does the same thing he had been doing.
Smashes him.
It smashes him. Ends up taking the lead with 15 minutes left in the day. And then Nick, who had gone on such a dry spell, caught one last fish in the final 15 minutes to pass him. That was incredible. And then a couple years later, like you said, Tristan and Tucker fishing within sight of each other. One of them basically, I mean, it was like 11-0, like same thing, 11 or 12 pounds to 0. And then it ended up being that last cull, John Stewart. I remember weighing in, says, you need this to take the lead. And it was like 3 ounces heavier than that. And it was incredible. And I think I mentioned on live, like, now it's time for Tucker to catch one like Nick did. You know, like finally you claw back and take the lead. It almost feels like I equate it to a 1 seed versus a 16 seed in the NCAA tournament. You see those underdogs lead for most of the game, and they have to put it away at the end, because if it goes to overtime, that better team, the number 1 seed, is going to win, and you always wait for that last second comeback if someone who's favored to win ends up giving up their lead.
What scenics Watauga Lake has given us this week.
It's a great fishery, 6,500 acres, definitely nestled in the mountains. Weather's been beautiful temperature-wise. It's just been a little cloudy and hazy every day. That low ceilings does make the service, and the mountains makes it difficult. I wonder if maybe they hadn't drawn it down and we were 2 feet higher. You know, the water level, they were 2 feet higher. You're like closer to the signal. You know, you just
camera over your head. Get it up high there. I remember doing that at bull shows, lifting our phones up to send in a video or email, having to lift it in the air, get in the right spot.
I thought
that's
you
changed.
used
That's
to make,
years ago.
I thought you used to make an aluminum foil hat and you would put the phone
I still
near
wear
it.
it.
Yeah. Wes Miller with the drone this week. We've got Jake Latondras out there with Trip Berlinski. We have Trey Bruce in the boat with Bryce DeMauro. 2 teammates from the University of North Alabama, UNA, one of the fishing powerhouses from years ago, has a great group of anglers now. Like we mentioned, I believe, what is it? Bank Shaw,
Dylan and Carter
Nutt. You have Bryce and Trip.
Nathan Reynolds.
Reynolds.
They've accomplished so much in the last couple of years, between, you know, all of the UNA anglers. They've got a stacked team.
A lot of individual victories at other tournament venues and things.
Got another angler, Dylan Quillitan. He's coming up. He's
he's
freshman.
going to UNA?
Yeah, he's a freshman at UNA right now.
Wow, he's a Florida stick as well.
I saw him. He already won one of their first qualifying events for the UNA team, and that's one to watch for the next 5 years, I think.
And I think that for the most part, UNA is like Auburn. It's like other schools like that, where it's like angler-led.
Yeah, I believe it's a student-run
Yeah, I don't believe they have like a coach and things like that. So very impressive that they were able to, I'll say, lure Dylan from the high school series into college at their school because of the scholarship opportunities other schools maybe present, the pressures that those bring. But Dylan was a multi-time winner last year through high school and other local deals in Florida.
You can record this on paper.
Okay.
Dylan will be fishing this bracket over the next 4 years at some point.
Okay.
Spell his last name.
I'm not going to try to do that.
I think it's, what is it, Quinlan?
Yeah, I think it's Quillitan.
Quillitan, or I'll just look it up. I'll just look it up, but I know it's QU to start it.
But they've got just an incredible team. Obviously, that shows that when you have a good team and you're performing well, it's not just scholarships that attract anglers.
Yep,
it's being at the top of the leaderboard is a great recruiting tool as well.
Yeah, they won. Quilatan won our high school event at the Harris Chain to start the year this year.
Yeah, he's a fantastic angler and an even better guy in person. Super humble. Got to meet him this year at a Toyota Series where I think he top 5 at Champlain. Same event that Trip Berlinski got 10th place in.
Yeah.
So.
I guess
Tucker
the hierarchy.
winning, Emil getting 3rd. Where'd you do, Lou?
Not too good now.
You were just pre-practicing.
I think I was the first one out of a check, unfortunately.
The hierarchy of a team, you know, you got 30 different two-man teams, kind of works itself out. How does that do that even? Like you're on a team, I want to partner with Tucker, and then you guys are fishing, and there's other guys who are good too. So, you know, not every team gets to go to every tournament.
See, I saw the makings of it when I was covering college.
Okay.
Logan positioned himself as the president of the team. So who's going to choose first? Oh, the president will choose first. I want that kid who's won 3 high school champions. I'm just kidding you. That's how they decide that.
Wow. I said that yesterday.
I'm the treasurer. I get 3rd pick.
I did recruit him though. He did come to Auburn with his dad on a tour, and I said, look, man, I can't offer you any scholarships, but not sure what next year brings. You know, I'm probably going to need to pair up with somebody. Would love to extend the opportunity that if you do choose to come to Auburn over some of these other scholarship offers you have, I can promise you we'll fish together. I think we'll have a great season together.
Now,
and he ended up saying yes. So
we're not going to take your Heisman or any of your trophies away, but did you pay for his food that day or something? You know, like any illegal benefits we can talk about?
No, actually, I think they bought my food.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I'm sure UNA works the same way. We always have a fall qualifier system, kind of bragging rights for the team.
Right.
Unique opportunities that only get to send 1 or 2 college boats to. That's how we would decide, and I think UNA does it the same way. And it's nice being on a student-run program too, where you can just send as many anglers as you want to. It's not necessarily, you know, it's up to the anglers on whether they want to compete in an event.
And I said that years ago. My perspective was the freedom of a program that doesn't necessarily have a head coach or something like that, where they decide like we can only send 2, or we can't attend this tournament because I'm over here doing this. It gives you a little bit of freedom. I know things have changed over the years, but that initial structure, I was like, I don't regret not going to a scholarship school. Like it was great. I could go to tournaments by myself. I fished with 7 different pairs of partners throughout my 3 or 4 years of college fishing. So many different avenues to make it happen.
Yeah, there's gives and takes of both. You know, the student-run programs, you have some anglers come through really strong, run the team, and then, you know, they graduate. Sometimes it falls off a little bit, so that's where having a consistent coach can be a great thing for a program too.
Great advisor through the academic aspect as well if they help you there. Got an upgrade like Such said, about 3/4 pound. Trip Berlinski upgrades to 14.4. He's encroaching in on the bar that he has set for expectations. 15 pounds is a great bag this week, and he is nearing that. Doubled up right now on tomorrow. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket here at Watauga Lake is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Closing in on half the day gone by here for the final day of the College Classic Bracket as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge, and we talked about it. The College Classic Bracket is a great springboard into the sport of bass fishing. Not only if you want to make it to the Elite Series, obviously to make it to the Classic, your path through the Opens is set and made clear that way, but also this is a great opportunity to jump into the Elite Series in future years. It prepares you and gets you you exposure. And so let's look at those guys. We've had 14 previous anglers win the College Classic bracket, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's a 50-50 shot so far of anglers who have won the College Classic bracket that have gone on to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Started off with Matt Lee being the first angler from the College Classic bracket victory-wise, 2012 winner to make the Elite Series, and it was Matt Lee, Jordan Lee, Brett Pruitt, John Garrett, who we see here, Jacob Fouts, Cody Huff, and Easton Fothergill. Those are the bracket winners who have gone on to qualify for the Elite Series, and so whether it's Trip Berlinski or Bryce DeMauro, great odds. Not only is it a 50-50 shot today to make the Classic, but through history, a 50-50 shot if you have made the Elite Series or not through the Classic bracket. Not all of them are currently on the Elite Series, but getting to that top spot is definitely possible, and this is one of the avenues, one of the ways that these anglers can accomplish that, as we see our two guys on the map, Bryce DeMauro, Trip Berlinski, fighting for that one spot. Roommates, teammates, but now opponents.
Right now, I don't know if the odds makers would have put it 50-50 the way Berlinski had been catching them all week. I mean, sure, he does have, you know, a 1 in 2 chance tomorrow of coming and
I don't even know how
fish,
they do that. I don't know how they set the odds on that.
It's plus 300. I don't even understand what that is.
Like, that's just not
Plus 280.
not my area of expertise. I know that it's good to bet on the people who are plus if you want to make money. Bryce DeMauro hooked up, maybe keeper number 3. Doesn't sound big. Doesn't look like it'll keep either.
Mm-hmm. Version to have a bite, though.
Man. Little guy. What the heck? Oh. I was like, that's not a fish. What the heck do I have?
2 or 3 pounder.
3 pounder. Yeah. I lifted up and it was really heavy. I'm like, that's not a fish. But then I started pulling the branch and my line started moving. I was like, yeah, I was like, well, I gotta set the hook.
Logan, you've caught bigger branches than that, haven't you?
I've caught 5 or 6 pounders.
How did I know that was coming? You said a 3 pounder.
Did you just catch what he just said? 5 or stick pounder?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good, okay.
No, what does that mean, right?
I just didn't know. Logan speaks fast sometimes. I just want to make sure you caught that.
It reminds me of one of my older brother's friends. years ago, fishing Lake of the Ozarks in a weekend retreat. And he was the boisterous, talkative guy, and he set the record that weekend for highest back cast in a tree. And then, after saying, "Watch this," furthest cast without the line staying attached. It was funny.
So you guys didn't have the Phoenix Boats Big Bass
Rest
of the
in
week. You
peace.
had that.
Right. He didn't get anything for it, though. No bonus.
Got the bonus of being mentioned on Bass Live.
Wow. Or embarrassed. One of the. Oh, you want to know how college fishing began? When it began? 1999, one of the guys in this office here, David Healy, was looking at stats and said 88% of
You definitely saw me already.
boys had been fishing by the time they were 12. A majority of them left fishing at 18 years old and came back in their low 20s. He thought, where are they going? Well, this is a college time, and they leave fishing. So he thought getting them in that age bracket, 18 to 20 something, would increase fishing and sales and boats and everything. So he started the little group here. He finally convinced Jerry McInnes. They were doing a shoot with Denny Brower, and he finally got them all fired up, saying college will help the industry. And Jerry, let's go ahead and do it. So he started doing it. So Steve Bowman in this office here, you know him. They're calling teams up, and they started it at Monticello. They had like 6 teams. I'm looking for it right now. He liked the idea too. So he had Purdue, Texas A&M, Kentucky, Illinois, Stephen F. Austin, and Iowa. Went out to Monticello, and it was a piecemeal type of event. Bowman's lending his truck battery out of his truck to somebody's boat, and they're putting flashlights on for their light pole,
Hanging out under the boat.
and then it started growing.
1999.
The first one wasn't until 2005, I believe, or 6.
You don't know how long it takes to convince Jerry McInnes or something like that. So it was started. The idea was brought about in '99, and finally hit once around the Elite Series time was formed.
I know the Auburn team is one of the oldest programs. They've been around since that 2006, 2007 time frame. One of the original schools, and the landscape's a lot different today than it was back then. Started out a lot with those big D1 schools, and now we're seeing, these smaller schools, like these scholarship schools, are really taking over, and programs like UNA.
Who is this guy? Is that Trip Berlinski? That is. Look at this joyous moment. We get to see him live.
That's crazy. I don't know. I'm gonna keep an eye on that fish.
Oh, he moved. He moved. Stand still.
If she goes to dine on me, I'm just gonna throw her out.
Uh-oh.
She's sitting upright.
Might have some fish care problems.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to. He might cull back down. That was fun. That was fun. Yeah. So if you're not a fan of the College Fishing Series, we can email David Healy at. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, he was so proud.
Oh, it was
when his
awesome.
kids came back. This was a phone
Fantastic.
call in Bowman's truck on the way back from Conroe after Jordan Lee won his first Classic. And he was like ecstatic that something that he started brought about a Classic champion.
What's crazy to me, and we were just talking about this, we still haven't had a former college angler win Angler of the Year. We've had 2 now win the Classic. Plenty win events.
Yeah.
Plenty make the Classic every year. and we have not seen one of those stellar anglers that I've mentioned or listed win Angler of the Year.
There's only been 14 guys to win the college bracket, go to the Classic. There's only been 28 Angler of the Years in Bassmaster.
Wow.
Over the 56 seasons now. Chris Johnson kept it down to 28. It could have been 29 if you know who got in.
Man, Trey is.
I know.
Two AOY, 2 seconds in AOY, a second in the Classic. He is putting himself in position. Logan, are you going to be the first college angler to win Angler of the Year?
I sure hope so. Was in the hunt for a little while this year, made it probably all the way through Hartwell. Probably say in the hunt, and then Fork unfortunately did it in for me for Angler of the Year. But you know, this next year it's a new season. I'm excited for it. Be a dream come true to hoist that coveted trophy up one day. It felt pretty good to win College Angler of the Year, so to do it at the elite level would be just unbelievable.
How do you feel about guys like Tucker and Emil and Easton and Paul Marks, the rookie class this year, as we look at the sophomore year? Sometimes there's a sophomore slump. Sometimes there's a sophomore kick in the butt, and they turn it around if they struggled their first year. But for the most part, we had a couple guys, you know, over half of the rookies this year made the Classic. So how do you expect that group to fare next year with the schedule?
Man, I think it'll be the same thing. I mean, there wasn't really much of a sophomore slump for my class. Most of those guys stayed consistent. Trey, you know, back in second place in Angler of the Year again. And, you know, these guys are so good, so talented, and so consistent. I would expect to see more of the same.
We're going to see more buzz baiting today from Bryce DeMauro, possibly so. You know, on Saturday's a great pleasure boating day for anglers, even or for people, even at 6,500 acre Watauga Lake, and people they were overjoyed doing backflips that the college bracket was here in their gym of the country, Carter County, Tennessee. We'll be back. The last 15 minutes of our morning show coming up. Great drone shots this week by Wes Miller here at Watauga Lake. 2 anglers remain, Trip Berlinski, Bryce DeMauro. Berlinski has been on fire. 19, 14, 15, 15, 20 pounds, 10 ounces. And currently 15 pounds, 7 ounces. Another upgrade for Trip Berlinski. Few moments ago. I've had very, very difficult service with him. If you're just joining us, I've not been able to see his fish catches this morning, but we know the way yesterday was. The sun came out, made the clouds go away. We were able to get some service to be able to see his fish catches and tell that story. And Trip Berlinski on pace to do what he's done the last few days. He is now right there at his worst day so far this week.
Yeah, I had him culling out his 2.5 pounders, probably about 3 3/4 pounds his last fish to get him to 15.7, Ronnie.
Yeah, he called a 2-pounder with a 3-3. He had 2 2-pounders, so he called out both of those 2-pounders. He now has a 3 3/4, a 3-4, a 3-3, a 2-12, and a 2-8 in his 5-fish limit. Talking to somebody on the dock.
Oaken Parks, does this lake remind you of anywhere you've been?
It's got quite an interesting watercolor to it. That green, it's very, very green.
Looked that up on day one. It was like the chlorophyll-producing algae, but with a mix of the nutrients from the mountains that get in this water.
Yeah, it looks like a very healthy color to me. It looks like it looks like I want to go over there. It like I
didn't go down near as far. Now he's getting in.
Oh, beautiful houses there.
You definitely do not come here for a lake day with intentions of surfing the web or watching the game maybe, just to get away from the world. It is a beautiful part of the country, no doubt about it.
It does remind me of Cherokee.
Okay.
I feel like it sets up similarly to Cherokee with the mixture of the smallmouth and the largemouth and spotted bass all playing. You know, one of the first times we went to Cherokee back in college, Cole Sands actually won one of those events the year before I was in college, and so it reminds me a lot of those events. Sets up similarly. It looks like kind of the clay and the rock structure, and you know, catching 18, 19 pounds to win. You know, and I got to think that Tripp is probably feeling pretty good right now. You know, he's got over 15, which, you know, Bryce had 15-2 yesterday to end the day. So he's already achieved more than Bryce had yesterday. So, you know, he's probably thinking he's only a couple bites away, realistically, from sealing the deal on it. And vice versa, you know, Bryce is saying, you know, I've got one I can weigh in already. All I need is 4 more bites today. There's a lot of time to do that. So
I don't know. The 3 1/4 is not bad either. He's got the 312 3/4. I would think wouldn't be bad. He just needs to, you know, double that and then add one more, and he's ahead.
Yeah, he's right there at the striking distance as well. 3 big bites, and you know, he's right at 18, 19 pounds himself. So
That's what we thought yesterday was a slow start with 3 fish for 9 to 10 pounds, but he's in that same boat today, just less bites. And every day, I don't know how his day one was with 12 pounds. The size wasn't there, but I'll tell you the quantity is certainly not there lately for him. It has been getting slower and slower for Bryce, numbers-wise, every day of this bracket. The afternoon definitely helped bail Bryce out yesterday.
He's got the 18-1, the 3rd biggest bag of the event.
Yeah, but then you look at it, you look at what the last, you know, like you look at the 3 days, 12 pounds, 18 pounds, 15 pounds, it's all over the place. And Tripp knows his lowest day, he wasn't really trying.
It's pretty good.
And he wasn't really trying. Like he was leaving areas without filling his limit to not pressure them anymore. I'm going to catch 1 fish here. I'm going to catch 1 fish from over there. And so he was very in control of his day.
Sands is saying the locals are not going to like us for giving this lake exposure because probably get some more visitors. They like it. It's pretty quiet up there. It's kind of a hidden gem.
yeah, that's what we would call a sneak hole. This
Would
place
be great for the communities, for sure, as they rebound from the hurricane efforts and rebuilding from last year in those surrounding towns.
Based on the houses, that could be Lake Mart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some really nice houses right there.
That's what's very cool about these. Just like in Minnesota, where you go lake to lake and you're like, is this a largemouth lake or a smallmouth lake, or does it have both? Like, you just don't know. And these mountain lakes of North Carolina and East Tennessee here, North Georgia, this general, just draw a circle on the map where those 3 states kind of touch. And it's like that. You go one lake, it could be trophy spotted bass. The next one's giant largemouths. This lake has smallmouth, etc. So it does have kind of the He kind of looks to me and has fished like 3 or 4 of those mountain lakes of the states put together.
Think of what it looks like with the water's up 10 more feet. Right up to the edge of the rock, or very...
Yeah, I've never fished Watauga, but it does remind me of, you know, how the pictures I've seen of that place and how it sets up.
Definitely, I would throw a rat on this lake.
Absolutely.
I would throw it.
A little Tom Frink action.
Not a beaver, though. I heard you talking about them the other night.
Hey, beaver bait might be good as well.
2 anglers, 1 goal, to be the highest weight angler today. They will make the Bassmaster Classic and represent the College Series. We know for sure North Alabama is going to be the winner. We just do not know which partner it will be, Berlinski or DeMauro. As we take an hour break and these anglers continue to plug away, Berlinski doubling up. DeMauro, 15 pounds, 7 ounces with a 5 bass limit. DeMauro with 2 fish for 7 pounds. We will keep our eyes glued to Bass Track during this hour as these anglers work closer to their goal. We are halfway through the fishing day right now, and it will continue our broadcast noon Eastern time. Bassmaster.com and the Roku Sports channel. We'll see you in 60 minutes.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome into Bassmaster Live. 3 hours left of the college fishing season. Watauga Lake here for the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lew's. East Tennessee, Northeast Tennessee to be specific. It's been a joy to be at this week. A beautiful fishery, great fishing as well. Largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted bass. And we have got a battle on our hands. Trip Berlinski, the overwhelming favorite based off the last few days of competition, up against his teammate, Bryce DeMauro. Both now have limits in the boat, 15.5 pounds to 11.5 pounds. It is anybody's ball game. All it's gonna take, 1 kicker fish this afternoon, can make all the difference in the world for someone going to the Bassmaster Classic. Like I mentioned, we are in the state of Tennessee, Northeast Tennessee, south of Bristol, east of Johnson City, west of Boone, North Carolina, Watauga Lake. Bryce DeMauro, Trip Berlinski have been navigating the similar stretch of Watauga Lake, but different areas, and they've had them to themselves all week long and been doing about as good as you possibly can be. 2 days of practice earlier this week. Competition day, seeding days 1 and 2 on Friday and Saturday. During the break, Bryce DeMauro went from 2 keepers to a limit. Very important if you want to make it to the Bassmaster Classic that you bring in a limit on the final day of the season, and he now has secured his limit. Let's take a look at Bryce DeMauro's full morning. Started off strong, guys. I got Mike Sukon and Logan Parks in studio with me today. Started off strong with a 3.12 and then a 3 1/4. And then after that, guys, it went dry for him for about 3 hours and change.
Yeah, he's opposite of Trip Berlinski, is the one who usually started hot in the morning with the first fish on his first cast, but Bryce DeMauro with a 3.12. First early shot across the bow, about 6:45. 5 minutes later, a 3.4. He's on the board with 7 pounds early. Looking good for him.
And now we see 3 additional keepers for him, a limit for 11.5 pounds and change. Much more comfortable with now the rest of the afternoon to upgrade, because he knows 11.5 pounds will not get it done against Trip Berlinski, most likely. Trip has been 15 or better every single day.
You know, his last 3 fish, Bryce DeMauro's about 4.5 pounds. So
Yep.
each of those can be easily cullable.
2 1-pounders and a 2.5 pounder.
Yeah, finally got a limit in the boat, a very small limit, but you know, it's gonna have to do for now. I'm just gonna try to keep culling up best I can. I'm kind of these fish are, I guess, are just getting really pressured. I've been fishing them hard for the past 4 days, and they're just getting really smart. I'm casting at, about every single time I make a cast, I'm casting at a fish. I don't just cast to make a cast, and man, they are just getting really smart. I had so many big follows and just very little bites. So I'm gonna keep working down this bank for a little bit. And then I'm gonna make a move. I'm gonna go run to some new stuff, fish it, and then see where I'm at. But definitely been a slow morning. So, but I'm sure Trip's on them. I'm sure Trip's catching them good. So we'll see though.
Not the best results over this break, Logan Parks, for Bryce tomorrow, but 3 fish in an hour is a good sign for him. Even though the 2 are 1-pounders, he has secured his limit. As we take a look at Trip Berlinski.
He's got that right, that he was sure Berlinski would be catching a few. His last fish was a 312, got him over 15 pounds, almost 15 and a half. Still, Berlinski's smallest this week was 15-15 on day 2 of the seeding. Of course, we acknowledged that he really wasn't going after him. His first day, he had 19 pounds, 14 ounces. Then yesterday, in the first round match, 20 pounds, 10 ounces.
Yeah, he thought, after talking to him on day 1, I need about 13 pounds probably to make the semifinals, and he only needed about 10 pounds and change to make the semifinals. So he was on cruise control the second he secured a limit on day 2. 20 pounds, 10 ounces yesterday, a huge day for Trip.
I have a bag right now on the day that counts.
Now you can hear him though saying, having his smallest weight on the day that it counts. But yesterday afternoon, Logan, we had been seeing great starts from Trip, but yesterday afternoon, man, he learned a lot, pressured a lot of other spots that he had been letting rest, and was able to make some major calls, caught a 5-pound smallmouth as well.
George, seeing that catch, he really tired that fish out before he tried to get it in the boat. 2 fish for 10 pounds almost.
Yeah, it seems like those big bites this week, they go a really long way. As we've seen, you know, the biggest one we've seen, I believe, was one Bryce caught on day number 2, carried him, you know, to that big bag that he had on day 2 to rally back into the cut for yesterday.
Yeah, that 5.5 pounder, yeah.
That's a huge difference maker, and Trip got that bite yesterday, had several of those bites yesterday, but it's good to see Bryce fill out his limit. You know, he's got to be feeling a little bit more comfortable having that 5-fish limit. He said, you know, we're going to go run some new water soon. It feels like my fish are getting too pressured, too smart, so could be some late-day clutch decision-making that, you know, could decide the difference between this event, you know, Bryce.
And it's definitely getting brighter out there. We're starting to see maybe that sun poke through, and so if he does go and switch up, great. But if he does come back to his best parts of his main stretch, when the sun's out, even though it's the same water, Logan, same presentation, those fish on cloudy conditions versus sunny, they could perk up and start biting even better.
4 pounds back. That fish, that 5.5 pounder, he's got 2 1-pounders in there, would get him right with Trip Berlinski.
For sure.
Yeah, it feels like Bryce is just one clutch bite away from, you know, being right back in it, and same could be said about Trip. He's just, you know, one more solid bite away from maybe
putting it away,
you know, taking this thing away. So both anglers are just really one cast away from making some serious progress.
No, we've seen some of the bigger fish be caught in the afternoons. Knowing what you know about this lake, Logan Parks, what would you be doing now? You got 11 and a half. You got to think, I'm a little bit down for sure. And if I want to win, what do I do?
Yeah, it's one of those things you kind of walk a fine line of, you know, what I've been doing has been working, and I have caught a big bag doing it. So should I just stick with the program and, you know, whatever happens is going to happen. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Or, you know, you also see sometimes guys think that they've got to go do something crazy, go throw a big glide bait or something like that. They struggle, but then their competitor struggles, and all they needed to do was just keep doing what they've been doing and stay consistent and catch that 16-pound bag to win. It'll be interesting to see what he decides to do here, but if I was him, you know, I'd probably be sticking with the program, what got me here, and maybe run some new areas, but kind of keep doing the same thing. We saw him do that yesterday afternoon. It looked like he went up that other creek arm that we saw some of the other anglers in. So he got out of his main area. I wonder if he plans on going back over there and pursuing that new area.
And we have to remember, he had 12 pounds and change on day one. He had 18 pounds on day two. He had 15 yesterday. He's now at 11. He has been all over the map. And if it wasn't, and I'm not, because it's history, it's happened. That 5.4 though, we cannot bank on a 5.4 when we've only seen 2 or 3 of them. Yes, he was one angler who caught one, but that fish, that 5.4 is gone. It's at the weigh-in stage. It's released wherever they release them. And without that 5.4 on day two, he's going to have a 15-pound bag because he had a 3.5, a 3.5, a 2.5, and a 2. And that 5-pounder helped him get to that mark. And so there's got to be a little worry of, hey, I didn't have a bunch of solid fish with that 5.5. I still had 2-pounders lingering in my bag. And so for Bryce, that's the biggest thing is, can I get that kicker bite? And if I can't, I have to get rid of the last 3 that I've caught. The 2 1s and the 2.5, I have to make 3 calls if I can't get one big bite.
Well, with 2 1-pounders, you just take 2 3+s.
Yeah.
Make up a 4-pound deficit.
No, I'm not saying it's not possible. You have to hear what I'm saying here is, if you're not banking on a 5+ pounder, he knows he has to make those 3 calls because his overall size has to be all 3s like the first 2 bites were. Have to be either consistent or bank on that one big bite.
Based on what Tripp's been catching, though, I think Bryce is probably thinking, you know, he needs to get rid of for sure 3, if not 4 of those fish for 3.5+ pounders.
shoreline. Bryce tomorrow has been fishing down all week. Is a pretty straight line deal, but Logan, there are some key spots where big trees have fallen, laydowns. Also, there's a couple rock points that stick out, like the one right in front of him. Very subtle deals. When you look at the map overall, it's about as straight as it gets for a bank on this lake. But there are a couple key jut outs that have been there, and for you, that's your heart starts skipping a beat a little bit more when you're like, this is a high percentage place coming up.
Yeah, it helps with the water falling too. You know, it limits the amount of cover that they can get on, so it kind of, in a way, makes things a little bit easier. It's interesting to see how he was approaching that, though. It looks like he's just kind of casting at those pieces of cover, working his bait over them. It can be so difficult to see these fish using your forward-facing sonar when they're up shallow in that 5 foot or less range. So, you know, it looks like he's kind of just using his bait almost as a search tool, throwing it over the structure, and then looking to see if something comes out. So,
Trip Berlinski looks like he's going to make a move, and I've been praying that he's going to move. Come towards us over here, and we will hopefully see some of those fish catches that have him on top. A couple days from now, we'll fire the live machine back up, and we'll be live on Wheeler Lake for the second stop of the Nitro Bassmaster EQ circuit. The EQ's new this year. You make the Opens, top 50 in points for each division. Then you fish a no-holds-bar 3-event series where we were at Champlain, Wheeler this week, and Okeechobee in November. 10 spots up for grabs for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And those 3 events also get you a berth into the Classic with a win. We'll be live on October 4th and coverage on the website throughout from October 2nd through the 4th. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket here at Watauga Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Final day of the college season. Big time stuff on the line today. A classic opportunity. A representation on the Opens next year as well. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. That's Mike Sukon, always on Bassmaster Live, always a part of the daily limit stories you see on Bassmaster.com. I'm Ronnie Moore, and this is Elite Series Pro Logan Parks, who fished in the College Series, fished under the pressure of not only the Team of the Year race, but also of this College Classic bracket. We have seen the ebbs and flows. Guys go through those lulls, and then they end up breaking through. We saw Trip Berlinski face basically his first little bit of adversity this morning. A slower start. He doesn't know it, but not in the lead, off the pace of what he had been doing. And over the last couple hours, he has jumped out to not only a lead, but a substantial one. And now Bryce is trying to reel him back in.
Yeah, man, both these guys are experiencing an immense amount of pressure right now, and for Trip to not get off to such a great start, you know, he's had such a hot start the last 3 days, really. So I know the voices were kind of in his head. You can see he's kind of been able to put those away, catch a couple key fish, make some culls, make some upgrades, all the way up to, you know, maybe even 16 pounds so far. I think he's feeling probably pretty good right now, knowing he's only 1 or 2 more big bites away from closing this thing up. On the other hand, Bryce has also had a little bit of adversity, only catching 2 fish, you know, been able to catch a small limit since then. And, you know, he's thinking probably the same thing of, I just got to get these 3 fish culled out with some bigger fish, and I'll have an opportunity to get to my first Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, if it's a giant fish, you only need 1 bite to maybe take the lead, and that's what you want on the final day of the season, drama-wise at least. But, Such, I know you would have been a part of the founding members of the Missouri fishing team in college if it was around back then. But from your perspective of being around Bassmaster and the sport of fishing, and then being able to see the college, not a college series exist, to see it show up, and then to see now when we think about all the Elite Series pros that are from the College Series, what this program has done for the youth involvement in the sport of fishing now in our 15th bracket season.
This will be our 15th angler to win the bracket to go to the Bassmaster Classic. And you've seen guys, I think it, you know, going to some of the events, it puts the guys through their paces. They learn how to fish a tournament, where they need to go, how to do it, how to do everything. Travel, like Logan Parks told us, you know, you learn where to stay, where to eat, get gas, what not to do. You probably learn a lot of bad experiences to learn what not to do. But these guys are ready to go when they graduate to the Opens and then the Elites, and they're getting it done. As you can see how many guys are on the Elites from the college.
Absolutely, and we normally see rookies struggle their first year on the Elite Series, and lately, the last 3 or 4 seasons, that hasn't been the case. It has been a perfect springboard from the College Series to the Opens, and the way the Opens format has been, it has made a seamless transition into the Elite Series. We're talking with second-year pro Logan Parks on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he had his biggest breakthrough this season at Lake St. Clair, going from the cut spot after day 1, jumping all the way up and finishing second place to Trey McKinney at Lake St. Clair. And Logan, I know you had been waiting for this. Your rookie year, sliding in the Classic, one of the last 5 or 10 spots of the Classic to qualify, and then this year was really a coming out party. We knew all about you, but top 10 in points most of the season, breaks through and almost wins this event at Lake St. Clair. This place is phenomenal, but boy, did you jump back after a struggle of day 1.
Yeah, it was really just a rally for me all 3 days, trying to make up for my poor performance on day 1, and we did it in a big way on day 2 with a 25-pound bag, just an unbelievable day. And it was truly a blessing. That's the first tournament I can say I've actually had an opportunity, to pursue a blue trophy and maybe hold it up. And I'm looking forward to hopefully a few more next year.
At what point in your practice or tournament do you ever feel like, when you've said this was one of the first Elites you had a chance to win, it's one of those things where it finally clicks and you're like, I'm around enough to maybe get this victory? Have you ever had that in practice for a Open or an Elite?
I thought that, I had a chance to win the St. Lawrence last year. Finished 17th in that one, and I fished actually some of the same spots that Corey Johnson did, and I ultimately just decided not to go to the lake on day 3 because it was so rough. And, he had a lot more places than I did out there, but one of my best places was also one of his best places. So I thought, had I had that to myself, maybe I'd have an opportunity to win.
Yeah, if it was a Johnson brother not near you, that would have been great.
But I wasn't going to fight him out there in 7-foot waves. I'll let him have it.
Absolutely. We've got Trip Berlinski, Bryce DeMauro getting a first taste this week of Watauga Lake, a place nestled in the mountains of eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina. What a beautiful place this is. But last year, a year ago, 2024, just a few days ago, September 27th, September 28th of 2024, this place was ravaged by Hurricane Helene, and the communities near it have had to recover, and recover they have.
This park, the grounds on which we stand, had been a gathering place for folks in Northeast Tennessee for a couple of 100 years. Devastating flood came through our region September 27th and the morning of September 28th. Took what we had all known and loved in David Crockett Birthplace State Park and washed it down the Nolichucky River. So our hope and our desire is to return David Crockett Birthplace State Park to its level of prominence, if not go even beyond that, to help tell the story of David Crockett in Tennessee, especially at his birthplace here in Northeast Tennessee.
So David Crockett Birthplace, before the terrible flood of September 2024, had already been applying for and was granted money for a new playground, an interpretive, educational focused, welcoming playground. And in fact, what we're here for today is to deliver that check to the park as a commemoration of that money being available for that playground in the future after the planning process to think about what's the best way to rebirth David Crockett Birthplace State Park. How do we want this park to truly serve into the long-term future for this community? And that's going to take some planning. It's going to take involvement with the community to share visions, to share ideas, to cut those ideas right into a very open, transparent process of making this great state park even greater for the future.
Shout out to our department, definitely, for the benevolence in this check. Shout out to our local politicians for keeping the pressure on to make it happen, and our community for really ensuring it gets done. A big shout out as a park manager I want to give to is my staff, definitely. They've been phenomenal through this whole thing, and they're the boots on the ground here every day. It's really a nice glimmer of hope to be looking towards the future and rebuilding those facilities that the locals have come to know and love.
Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, the TWRA, the TVA, so many different entities that try to protect and enhance the outdoor experience in Watauga Lake. Beautiful place, and one that definitely we want to cherish for years to come. As it looks like Trip Berlinski's made a move over to Bryce DeMaro's side of the creek, and then Bryce DeMaro's made a move to where he was yesterday. Logan, he talked about that arm. This has been an afternoon stop for him the last 2 days.
Yeah, we saw him catch, 2 really nice ones over here yesterday. So, and I don't think he moved quite as early yesterday as he has today. He's still got plenty of time to fish. So I'm excited to see see what happens over here in this different arm of the lake. Looks like Trip's hooked up here via the drone cam. Looks like a nice one too.
A good one from the drone. First glimmer of Trip and fish in the same video today. We're pleased to see that, and
that's a good one.
That is a celebration. I can feel the volume in that boat right now. That is one that he definitely needed and wanted. We will see what it goes into Bass Track as, but he has a 2.5 pounder that he can cull out right now. It's his smallest.
Yeah, that's a big one.
He is definitely fired up, to say the least. Nothing is guaranteed and can't go as far as saying seal the deal, but man, if that gets him the type of cull that looks like it's going to make for him, he's got 15.5 pounds. That's got to be a celebration of a 4 to 4.5 to 5 pounder. And if that's the case, that can get him up to 17 and change or upper 17s right now, which is a great mark for Trip Berlinski. It's one of those deals, Logan, where you say, if I can catch the weight that my competitor has done on his best day, then I'm just getting beaten. At that point, I'm just getting beat. He would have to have the biggest bag he's had all week to beat me. That's all you can do. And that is what Trip is now nearing with a big-time fish that looks like it's going to cull out his 2.5 pounder.
Yeah, I think Trip's feeling pretty good right now. I wish that we could hear what he was saying down there with that body language, though. It's telling me that's a much-needed 4+ pound smallmouth, it looked like, and that's going to be quite the upgrade for him. And realistically, he's probably thinking, get rid of one more fish, and I've done my job today. So
I promise the viewers at home. I promise the viewers at home, if we do not get to see Trip Berlinski's 5 bass limit from today, we will have a special video that hits Bassmaster.com this week of all of his content from this spectacular week of fishing it's been for Trip Berlinski, as he tries to basically go wire to wire performance-wise as being the best angler on Watauga Lake this week.
I talked to Cole Sands. I don't think he imagined. He was saying 13 to 15 to 17 is really good here. Berlinski could total over 4 days in the 75-pound region here.
That's the thing about these young guys, man. You know, they just blow the expectations away. You know, we go these places, and you know, we're always trying to decide, what is the cut going to be? What's top 50 going to be? What's top 10 going to be? And it's always so much heavier than we initially expected. It's just truly amazing what, especially what these college guys can do when they go to these bodies of water and approach them differently. And that's something that's so cool about college fishing, is these guys come from across the country from many different backgrounds, both these anglers being from Florida, coming, to this Tennessee reservoir, place that maybe they haven't fished before. It also probably sets up similarly to UNA's bodies of water there, Pickwick and Mitchell. So they just have such different approaches from all across the country. Anglers coming from California. At Auburn, we had an angler travel all the way from Zimbabwe to fish for the Auburn University bass team, and he had an entirely different approach and perspective. So,
Yes, sir.
we're gonna see if we can hear from Tripp actually now. I got a question about that. I got a follow up for USA.
Got 1633 on the Bubba. These fish have been really, really finicky for me this morning. I've had giants all day just run up, and they just like to hit it today. I don't really know how to get the hook in them. I'm struggling a little bit, but I'm at 1633, so it's not horrible, but who knows. Just caught a 340, one of my, I guess.
Said it was like a 3 1/4 that it went in on. From the drone, the celebration looked like it was.
Looks significantly bigger than
yes,
3
and so
1/4.
I'll trust them, but man, maybe it was just the.
Could be long and skinny.
And the gap in time. He hadn't caught one in 2 hours, basically from 10:40 Eastern time until 12:30 Eastern. He had gone through a 2-hour break, so maybe it was just the relief of making a move and catching one. But all we know is it was an upgrade, and that's the goal. Continue to upgrade throughout the day. Tripp Berlinski in command. Bryce DeMauro making a move. Bryce DeMauro making a move, needing to make a move up the standings. 2 of 2 right now. Hey, Such, you could tell everybody I got second, but the goal today is first. The goal today is first.
Well, I think just making it is very impressive, Ronnie.
It is.
The college guys
just,
just
nowhere
missing
else.
your shot of getting to the Classic.
Yeah, just nowhere else. I mean, I know in Opens you get second and you miss out on a berth opportunity for the Classic there, but nowhere else where you have such a exclusive field and opportunity to launch your boat with a Classic shot. As we go over to Bryce DeMauro. Now, Bryce, you better slow your roll. If you make a left right there, we won't see you the rest of the day, and we don't need that, okay? You need to hang out right there. Yeah, there you go. Stay put right there. That is about as far as we're going to get in that creek.
Yeah. Yep, I'm starting to move around on that stretch. It's where I've had everything happen for me in the tournament. I just figured I would spend most of my time on that stretch. There's a bunch of big ones on that stretch too. It just couldn't make it happen this morning, but we're gonna hit we're gonna hit a few things, other things that we got, and then probably run back there here in a little bit and end the day on that stretch. But trying to pick up one more big one. Oh my gosh, they're being smart today. I hope Tripp can feel at home, because I'm sure not. Probably putting up for a boring time.
A little while earlier, you guys mentioned it takes a little, maybe learning the fisheries out to gain a little momentum on the Elite Series, start doing well. Not yourself, Logan Parks. You've been, in top 20 in AOI both your first 2 seasons, but there's a couple guys who had been fishing around that it took them a few years, specifically Stetson Blaylock and Justin Atkins, before they got traction and started doing well and competing for classics. But then you got the guys we had with Emil Wagner now, with Fothergill, Tucker Smith, and Paul Marks, 4 rookie winners this year. Last year we had a couple as well.
Yeah, yes, counting the classic, yeah.
The classic.
Yeah. I think that's just really a testament to what this college program has done, and then with the opens, both my rookie class and Tucker's class, we had to fish 9 events to get in over the whole season, and just having to be that consistent, traveling to those many places, it's a great preparation for stepping into the Elite Series.
Yeah, the 2024 McKinney wins his 2nd event ever, and then John Garrett wins.
Crazy statistic from last year, I finished 8th place in Rookie of the Year, which, most people would say, oh, dang, that's terrible. Well, I finished literally like 21st in Angler of the Year. My roommate, Rob G., I think he finished 6th or 7th, and he was 13th. There was probably 5 to 6 guys inside the top 10 in the Angler of the Year that were rookies. So
9 rookies made the Classic.
Yeah.
I think the previous best year was 6. 9 rookies except our nation guy.
Yeah, Min Milliken finished, I think, 28th. So it was a really, really strong showing last year for our rookie class. I was proud to be a part of it. I know they dang sure didn't make it easy on me in the opens, just trying to get a spot in the top 9. So.
It's a runaway by 3 guys who didn't even have to fish the last event to get in that year.
This is going to take a while.
Runaway for them and a nail biter for me.
You climbed in the last event, didn't you?
Last day of the last event.
You knocked out. Oh, yeah.
Biting nails here. College Classic bracket final day. Trip Berlinski called up just a couple minutes ago. 16-3. Bryce tomorrow, 11-8. Both are making moves lately. Bryce physically with his boat. Tripp made a move as well, and it paid off. We'll see if it pays off for Bryce when we come back. One spot in the Bassmaster Classic up for grabs here at the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket presented by Lose. It's been a long season of college events, 7 events to get to the bracket. 3 in the Lunkers division, 3 in the Legends division, the College Championship, and the bracket. Plus, if you got the invite, the College Classic during the Bassmaster Classic. And one of our most recent winners of the college bracket has had big-time success in the Opens, the Elites, and on the national stage, the biggest stage of them all, the Bassmaster Classic. That is one Easton Fothergill. What a stretch it has been for him representing the college series throughout his career.
Yeah, I'm someone who came all the way up the Bassmaster ranks. I started in 8th grade in Bassmaster High School. We started a team at my local high school. From there, I went to college at University of Montevallo to pursue my fishing dreams.
I had a brain abscess infection in my brain. That whole deal started at Pickwick at the Bassmaster National Championship. Started having pains and stuff. Just went to bed with a slight headache, and then I woke up the next morning and it was incredible pain, but ended up making it through the National Championship. And then I went back to school the next week, kind of got moved in and everything, and then I went downhill pretty quick from there. Sleeping like all day long, not leaving bed, not eating. And then I went into urgent care and They told me it was a migraine, just gave me steroid shots and stuff. I went to bed and woke up the next day back to normal. A couple days went on, nothing got better, so I went into the ER. That's when they told me there's a mass in my brain. They transported me by ambulance to UAB. And then that's where shortly after, I learned I had an abscess and sent me into surgery right away. I was in the hospital for a week just feeling terrible, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way I'm gonna make it. Moved home for a couple of weeks to heal up, and somehow, some way, we made it here. Me wanting to be here so bad, probably. We worked with a bunch of different doctors, worked together and came up with a whole bunch of ideas and got me feeling better pretty quick, so I'm super grateful for that.
At 20 years old, Easton wasn't thinking about surgeries or survival.
Got the hardest one all the way, fish number 1.
He was thinking about bass fishing, about his dream of one day standing on the Bassmaster Classic stage. For most, this would have been the end of the story. For Easton, it was just the beginning. In just 2 months after brain surgery,
Easton Fothergill,
he shocked the fishing world.
University of Montevallo, punches his ticket to the 2024 Bassmaster Classic.
Oh my God, so proud of you.
It's not going to sink in. We're also going to get you a truck. Toyota Dynamics going to get you a brand new Toyota Tundra. We're going to get you one of them brand new Z20 Nitros, brand new. We're going to rig it out. We're going to get it all decked out. Now you can give Dad back his boat. You got your own, my friend, and you're a classic bound, my friend. Congratulations, bud.
At the 2024 Classic, he wasn't just there to compete. He was there to prove something. To himself, to the sport.
All across the country, this young man has overcome so much to be here.
A 16th place finish was just a preview of what was to come.
And that's the tournament that really changed my life. And, you know, I had a great season on the Bassmaster Open Series. I qualified for the Elite Series. I won 2 Opens last year, which is why I'm here today. But all this revolves around winning that College Classic Bracket Tournament, which obviously changed my life for sure.
The momentum continued. Consistent performances throughout the season earned him the Elite Qualifier Angler of the Year title, a recognition of his skill and perseverance. March 2025 marked a pivotal moment. Competing in the Bassmaster Classic at Lake Ray Roberts near Fort Worth, Texas, Easton was poised for a breakthrough. Anglers faced challenging conditions, including gusty winds. Easton adapted his tactics, demonstrating his resilience among the world's best anglers, landing in 3rd place for the first day.
Yeah, so to even be in this position is a dream come true. Like I said a million times, I want to be the person to show the kids that it is possible. I came from the high school and the college ranks, and I want to be the person to show them that it is possible if you work hard and you dream big. I'm here to tell you it's 100% possible. You just have to chase your dreams, and you can achieve anything you may desire.
Minnesota.
The Bassmaster Classic is not won in a day. It's a marathon, a battle of endurance, strategy, and heart. Easton Fothergill was ready.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh my, I got her. Oh, please, oh my God. Oh. Yes! That one was on the surface. First one I've seen like that all week. Just ignited on it. For me, it's always been my dad that's inspired me. He started me fishing at an extremely young age. He's extremely competitive, just like I am. Always wants to go out there and win. We fished all around Minnesota as I grew up. And, you know, then I kind of ventured on to Alabama to pursue college fishing, but still, he's always been right there with me. We're making some ground now, boys. Always the first to congratulate me, always the first to tell me to get my butt in gear. So, but it's definitely my dad. That's my biggest motivator and my biggest supporter. Giant. I truly believe that, you know, fishing, it's an individual sport in part, but I believe it's more than that. You definitely need a great support system behind you in order to do this. And, you know, I'm super thankful to have such a great support system back home, my family, and you know, it really motivates me because I really want to perform for them. My main thing is I just have to stay focused 100% of the day. We got a shot to win tomorrow, boys. You know, every minute, every second counts for me because I'm not getting many bites. Oh my gosh. I've never shaked like this before.
All I can do tomorrow is just go out there and work hard, and like I said, keep an open mind and be willing to adjust. If I do that, I really do think the bites will come, and I just have to capitalize on them.
Ain't no other choices, so you might as well. Don't cry for help. Time will tell. It's up to you how you define yourself.
With a nearly 30-pound bag, he amassed a total of 54 pounds, 5 ounces, taking the top spot going into the final day of competition.
I mean, it's a dream come true, really, to even be in this position. I've had so many moments today, like, I have to pinch myself, like, is this really happening, sort of thing. It's insane. It's unbelievable. You know, we're in Texas, and one big bite is everything out here. You know, they're swimming everywhere, and that's what you're going to need to be victorious tomorrow, is one big bite. My passion for fishing is undeniable. I mean, it's all I think about, truthfully. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I think about, you know, for me, I'm so competitive, I'm so tournament driven. I think about the next tournament and what I'm gonna do, how I'm gonna attack practice, you know, just how to better myself.
I got one.
There's times today where I thought it wasn't possible.
They're acting so weird. I've been around them all day.
You know, I was not in a good mental state at times today, and I knew, just like we said yesterday, I just gotta work hard, and if it's meant to be, it'll happen. Like I've said a million times, the opportunity is there, and it's possible if you work hard. I mean, I'm living proof.
Now we need our 7.
I also just get this gut feeling, like, let's just go check where we checked this morning. You know, maybe something's happening there. I knew, just like we said yesterday, I just gotta work hard, and if it's meant to be, it'll happen. And sure enough, 2:30, I landed the 8-pounder that, you know, completely turned my day around.
Got her. Come on, baby. Get out of there. Big and giant. Giant! Come on!
I mean, I set the hook and it just didn't move. And I said, this is the tournament right here.
Yes! 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 Let's go! Oh my God. That is a giant. Are you kidding me, bro? I mean, it's crazy to think. This time last year, I was still in college. Like, I was still at school. And, you know, the college classic bracket, you were with me for that. You got to see my life change. You know, I want to use my platform now to show any high school, junior, college kids that it is possible. I mean, I was in school a year ago and now look, so it's crazy what's possible as long as you work hard and stay dedicated, and anything's possible.
The second youngest Classic champion in history. 76 pounds, 15 ounces, the highest winning weight in Bassmaster Classic history.
The excellence of Easton Fothergill!
From a hospital bed to the pinnacle of bass fishing, Easton Fothergill had done what no one thought possible.
I mean, having them jump in the boat with me after I won, that was, you know, one of my top life moments. They know how hard I've worked for this. You know, anything's possible, and I'm here to tell you that Bassmaster does provide the opportunity. You know, I started from the bottom. I started in high school, and I worked my way all the way up. High school, college, opens, and now elites and classic. It's unbelievable.
Your Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic champion!
Some rise with the current, others fight against it, defying the odds against the doubters, pushing against the tide. But the greatest champions, they chase dreams.
Dreams come true for 20-year-old anglers, and they're made possible through the College Classic bracket. That's Easton Fothergill's story. We know Trip Berlinski, Bryce DeMauro have their own unique stories that they are paving this week here at Watauga Lake. 2 more hours left in the college fishing season before we crown one of them as champion. 2025 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket, Watauga Lake here, Carter County, Tennessee, nestled in the northeast portion of Tennessee. And there's your leaderboard right now. 5 fish for both anglers. Berlinski up to 16-11. Tomorrow 11-8. Looks like about a half a pound upgrade for Trip Berlinski during our break. We'll hopefully see what got him that upgrade as we're bringing it into the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section of the Bassmaster Studios. I've got Logan Parks with me, and Logan, at this point in the tournament, we've gone through 2 days of practice, 3 previous days of competition. It's 2 hours left in the day. I know we can all speculate on what we would do. We've seen all of these baits in play, jigs flipping up shallow. We've seen topwater, both buzzbait and popar style lures throughout, but lately, at least for the guys who are winning, Trip Berlinski, Bryce DeMauro, you've seen jig head minnows, you've seen Nico rigs, and we've seen dice baits. And so for you, are you going to lean on those baits the last 2 hours of your tournament and just switch locations, or are you going to stay in those locations and switch up your baits?
I think for Bryce, you know, he's moving around, running some new water, and he mentioned he's going to come back to those productive areas in the afternoon. You know, giving your spot a time to rest is a great idea. Letting those fish settle, let them reset on that cover. It looks like they've been catching a lot of fish off of, you know, suspended dock cables, suspended docks, as well as structure on the bank like laydowns coming in the water and stuff that we can't see like stumps. And that's why they're rotating, you know, these 3 finesse presentations. We've seen the dice baits play. We've seen a big one caught on a Nico rig. Seen a lot of fish. You know, one of Bryce's bigger fish today caught on a minnow, almost looked like a 5 or 6 inch minnow. So probably going to lock these 3 baits in my hand, just rotate those, maybe mix in a glide bait like we've seen Bryce do some, and just try to catch one or two more kicker fish.
The dice baits have been the new fad and the new trend, and they're very, very efficient. When we were at Lake St. Clair, we were talking about how they maybe mimic mayfly hatches. You know, the mayfly is rising up off the bottom. But when you're rigging this deal, if you want to see how you rig it, you can rig it with a Nico hook that you would for a finesse worm, and you can have a weight attached to the bottom of the hook, whether it's before you rig it through or after you push it through the bait. But we've seen a lot of guys use the jig head minnow in open water, middle of the creeks, things like that. We've seen the Nico rig come around the docks as well. But then the laydowns, those big trees off the bank laying in the water, we've seen Bryce DeMauro really pitch these around the trees. It's a finesse approach, but the line size, the presentation, it reveals a lot of fish, and he's able to get them out of those trees when they have reacted. And so is that interesting to you that maybe the Nico worm's not been the go-to there, but a dice bait in the trees?
Yeah, the lake is so small that the fish have seemed to be getting a lot of pressure. The fish are getting really smart every single day. The anglers have made the comment they're tougher to catch, and it seems like when these fisheries are getting a lot of pressure, like St. Clair, you know, we've seen these dice baits play there. That place gets beat up a lot. So it seems like the dice bait is a great presentation for pressured fish, and they've also made the comment these fish are feeding on bluegill, crawfish. It's a good imitation of that. It may not look like much, but in the water, these tentacles kind of expand and they give off a really big presence. So I think it's a great imitation of, you know, kind of a bigger bluegill swimming around those laydowns, or, you know, twitching it away. It almost gives off that pulsing feeling of a crawfish swimming away backwards. So I think that's why we're seeing those baits play so much.
Yeah, and for this, it doesn't take much to produce action, and the slow rate of fall that you can do with this. When you have a minnow or something that's supposed to look like a shad, it's hard to get the action that's realistic when it's just falling. You know, it's got to be scurrying along, coming up and down, but when it's just sitting there, it's not doing much. When you have the dice bait or maybe even a finesse worm or other presentations like that, the second you just barely move that rod tip, it's going to expand, it's going to look like it's fleeing, and it's been working up shallow, whether you're fishing around docks at Watauga Lake or the laydown trees off of those 45-degree banks. They have been big for not only Trip Berlinski, but also Bryce DeMauro. We saw, obviously, some of these other baits have came into play. We saw Andrew Blanton, Garrett Smith, the national championship duo from Lander University, utilize that not only previous years of championships that they won, but also bracket competitions. Tim's Ford last year, they put on a show. The first couple days of this event, they put on a show. The biggest thing that's frustrating with the field of 8 narrowed down to 4 is that the Lander boys have had to be 4th and 5th both years. But this year, Andrew Blanton lost out on the 4th place spot. Garrett Smith did it. They flip-flopped.
They didn't have to be 4th and 5th.
They didn't have to be, but it just seemed to play that way. But what a great duo, Andrew Blanton and Garrett Smith from Lander University.
This is a keeper. This is a keeper. Gotta be. Keep her hooked. Keep her hooked. Keep her hooked. It's not a smallmouth. Just keep her hooked right this second, dude. Yes. Get her. Boom! Boom! That's a natty, baby. That's a natty, baby. On the board. Look right here. No, on y'all's board. 17-incher. Boom! Boom! 220. Boom! Let's go! Let's go, baby! Turn me in the lake. Woo! Yeah! You caught it, you hold it, you caught it. Oh. Woo! Yes! God, yes. Oh my gosh. How about a call, baby? How about it, dude? How about it, dude? Back to back! We're gonna go back to the bracket, dude. Hey, all we've talked about for a year is let's get another shot at it. We have another chance at the freaking bracket. Yep. Dude, the only other people that have got 2 shots is Tucker and Logan. Appreciate it, man. Whew. What a day.
What an incredible national championship. Not only did they win the championship last year at Lake Hartwell, they win it at Cherokee, and they did so in a fish-off, tied with the hometown boys from Carson Newman. They go out for sudden death after the weigh-in. First legal catch gets you the national championship. We've done that in the Opens, not necessarily first legal catch, but a full fishing day. That is the first sudden death national championship fish-off we have experienced, and boy, what a Lander performance it was. Here are some of the fish catches from Trip Berlinski throughout the day. A 10-minute window there where he catches a 2, a 2.5, and a 3 1/4. Here's his first 2 bites of the morning. 3 3/4 and a 2-pounder there. We know he made a move across the lake over there and caught that 3 and change that he was celebrating that we swore was a 4-pounder, but who knows, we'll see it later. 16+ pounds for Trip Berlinski. A phenomenal 4 days of fishing here. I bet you he was sweating at Logan, a day of practice, and then had battery troubles, had to have his family come and bring him batteries so he could make it, and then drops 20 pounds on day 1, 16 on day 2, 20 pounds, 10 ounces on day 3, and right now 16 and change, and he is in charge of the College Classic Bracket finale versus his teammate, Bryce DeMauro. '25 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket here at Watauga Lake, Carter County, Tennessee, in the college bracket presented by Luz this week. 8 anglers after a long season, 6 total regular season events. Got a college classic in there as well, an awesome offshoot event. Got the national championship, all to get to this point of the bracket, and now 2 remain. Teammates Trip Berlinski, Bryce DeMauro, confirmed North Alabama will be in the Bassmaster Classic. But which angler from North Alabama still to be determined. An hour and 45 minutes left in the fishing day, in the fishing season for the Bassmaster College season. Ronnie Moore here, joined by Mike Sukan and Logan Parks in studio. And guys, Trip's been doing his thing. It has been an impressive onslaught. He has had, he had 35 pounds. Let me do the math right now. He had 35 pounds, 10 ounces, 35-13 through 2 days, okay? Add 20 pounds, 10 ounces to that. That would be 36.7. That would be 56.7.
Yep.
56.7 for 3 days. You add another 16. I'm talking about Trip. Yep, I'm talking about Trip. 56.7. You add another 16 and change today. He's going to be up there at 18+ pounds per day average, Logan, for 4 days in late September. That's incredible.
Yeah, man. Everyone thinks of September in the Southeast as a tough time to fish. Maybe you'd rather be watching football on Saturday and Sunday. Well, Tripp has proven why you need to be out on the water, because they are biting here on Lake Watauga. And what he's put together has been really impressive. I mean, close to what, 70 pounds over 4 days?
72 and change. Yeah,
that's really, really strong.
73 pounds. Incredible. You see where they are on the map, Tripp Berlinski. Bryce DeMauro has made a move and is now looking like he's making his way back towards the main river, main lake here at Watauga Lake. Made it down to just 2 anglers, but we started with 8. Let's take you back earlier in the week on how we got here. We had to go through the round of 8, 2 days of qualifying weights to make the top 4 anglers advance to semifinals Sunday. They were bracketed and jumped back into the finals. Garrett Smith was one of those guys who made the semifinals on Sunday. He was the 4 seed. He had a high mountain to climb. And that was Tripp Berlinski, and he did not get it done. But the national champ, back to back, he had 17 plus pounds on day 1 of the bracket.
Good start.
Only 11 pounds and change on day 2, able to make it as the 4th seed. And then yesterday we really saw him
So tired of catching these stupid things.
take some risks. He went way up the river and was able to catch some 4 or 5 keepers, I believe. Ended up with a limit, but just not enough to advance.
And what
Stuck to his gun shallow though, Logan. Said I was not going to go out in the middle of the lake. This time of the year, I think topwater, I think jig fishing, and that's what he stuck with, and he got him to a Final 4 appearance.
Yeah, it's a great pattern this time of year, and you can catch some really big bags, as we've seen him do on day number 1 of the event. Unfortunately, it's harder to be consistent, you know, running and gunning like that compared to these guys that are fishing kind of out off the bank using their forward-facing sonar. But a great event for him nonetheless.
Ben Burns also made it to semifinals Sunday. He was paired up as the 3 seed against Bryce DeMauro, the 2 seed. They were just separated by 2 ounces during the seeding days. So we cut it from 8 down to 4. Ben was so consistent, Such. 15 pounds the first 2 days, and then day 3, the size was just not there. The shallow bite was just not there. He had to go on the main drag, had to actually switch locations to get it done.
Yeah, pretty impressive angler though, Ronnie. He showed out with some really nice fish the first 2 days. To average what he did was pretty impressive right there.
That's not good at all.
Came up short on the first round.
Stephen F. Austin represented in the bracket, made it to the Final 4. They were the first team to ever send a competitor to the Bassmaster Classic via Andrew Upshaw's win against his partner Ryan Watkins. They were the 2011 champions.
They're alive in there.
Carson Newman also represented. We're about an hour and 45 minutes north of where they are in Jefferson City, Tennessee. Blake Wheat caught some good smallmouth day 1, just below that cut line. Then day 2, it just seemed like a ton of spotted bass moved into his area. He was not able to get much over the 10, 11, 12 pound mark.
Yeah, he ended up 6th with 28.8. His total impressive. We're pretty close there from 3 to 6th place. He had 14.5 on and almost 14 on day 2 of seeding. Just a pound shy of Garrett Smith, making it a bracketed there.
Blake Wheat, 7th place overall in our event. And then we go over to Zach Helton, his teammate from Carson Newman.
Helton.
14.9 and 13.15. And Helton, honestly, day 2 struggled to catch any size all morning. Stuck with it, made some adjustments. We saw him make a move towards the bridge, the main section right here. And Logan, his afternoon of day 2 couldn't have been much better. I mean, he upgraded 3 or 4 times, put his name in the hat, had an opportunity, and came up just a pound and an ounce short of making that bracket spot in the top 4.
Yeah, it seems like the guys that did make the cut, they had, you know, a lot of solid fish like that one he's holding up. Those 3+ pounders were key this week to advance every day. Is trying to get, you know, at least a limit of those 3+ pounders.
Bryce DeMauro. He was the guy gaining the most momentum. Started 7th on day 1, 12 pounds
on this day one of the on the round of 8 fishing day. 18 plus pounds on day 2. We said this guy was trending in the right direction, went from 7th to 2nd. And then yesterday was able to close out Ben Burns. He had a 15 plus pound day. Really, one of the least consistent anglers we've had, Logan. 12 pounds, 18 pounds, 15 pounds, now back around the 11 pound, 12 pound mark again. All over the map, but he has just adjusted and survived in advance. That's all it takes. And now he's got a 50-50 shot at the Bassmaster Classic.
My goodness.
Yeah, his fellow elite competitors, Tucker Smith and Paul Marks and Emil and Andrew Loberg might like to say he surged on day number 2.
Oh, that was his 5.5 pounder, I believe, the biggest fish of the event so far.
This guy's been surging every single day.
The best angler by far throughout the week. The only slip-up day he had was day 2, where he specifically stayed away from all the successes that day 1's 19-14 brought him. Went from 19-14 to 15-15. Then day 3, when he said, I'm not sure what Garrett's gonna catch. I gotta catch as much as I can. And he caught 20 pounds, 10 ounces. We were wondering how it was gonna go for him today when he started off slightly slower than other mornings. But Trip Berlinski absolutely been phenomenal out on Watauga Lake.
First 2 days, he said his first cast, he caught a nice fish. That just sets you going. First day, go out there, catch a good one on your first cast, and then build a almost 20-pound bag.
Trip Berlinski had 4 smallmouth, 1 largemouth over both the first 2 days of competition. Then yesterday, a bunch of big smallmouth showed up. I don't believe he needed a largemouth in his bag. Meanwhile, Bryce DeMaro's success has been a kicker largemouth almost every day. He needs that kicker today. Started out with a couple solid 3+ pounders. To fill his limit though, he only caught a 1, a 2.5, and another 1 pounder. He definitely knows that's not enough. Trip Berlinski in command by 5 pounds, 3 ounces as we enter the last hour and a half of fishing. Bryce DeMaro, one of 2 anglers with a shot at the Bassmaster Classic today. Doesn't get much better than a 50-50 chance. Knowing that the household probably gets the Classic spot, that's what they're dealing with today. Teammates, Bryce DeMaro, Trip Berlinski, have gotten it done on Watauga Lake better than anyone else this week, and they are now head-to-head, an hour and a half left in the fishing day, in the fishing season for the Bassmaster College season. 1 angler going to go to the Bassmaster Classic, Such.
I'd be interested to see their interactions last night after they knew they're going to face each other, how happy they were for each other, and then this morning when they took off, and if they even ate dinner with each other last night, or what was said. It was kind of...
Based on how we've, kind of heard their dynamic, I think it was probably may the best man win. They're going to be happy for each other either way.
Congrats, bud.
But I do know being on the...
That might help our calls out a little bit. That could help.
Pull out my favorite Brandon Palnick quote, Logan Parks. He says, I want to be friends with everybody, get along, but on the water, I want to step on your throat. I want to beat the living daylights. I'm sure.
Whoa. You just said a Brandon Palaniuk quote. You went, and then you said beat the living. Did he say that? You're quoting him. Oh, okay, good. I just want to make sure you're quoting him. I just want to check.
I think that's how every competitor feels. It's all friendly and buddies. We're teammates, but obviously Bryce is definitely going to be upset if he doesn't get his berth into the Classic. Just like when I compete against Tucker, dude, losing at that opportunity, having a 50-50 shot each day to advance to make your first Bassmaster Classic, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I shed some tears at the boat ramp. I was devastated, and unfortunately, one of these guys is gonna feel the same way this afternoon. But seeing these guys compete all week and watching how talented they are, I have no doubt that whether it's one day on the Elite Series and some Bassmaster Opens to come, or maybe at a future college Classic bracket, both these guys are going to be back and are going to be competitive for another Classic opportunity sooner or later in their future, and I think it'll be probably sooner rather than later.
Right. To quote Ronnie Moore, you do more losing than winning in fishing.
Now that's an accurate quote.
But when you win, that makes it much more special. Right?
Absolutely. It almost looks like Bryce has made a move back to his original starting zone here.
You can see all the way up there where the bank starts to poke out to the right and then make a turn to the left. He's on that first starting stretch.
Mentioned how college series even began, but guy who has been instrumental in growing it is Hank Weldon, Ronnie Moore.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at a story I did with him. Is kind of the college series has helped train these guys to compete in the multiple day events. They put on diverse fisheries. They learn how to deal with sponsors, develop a stage presence, and go and win and do well, and then get their own foundations, right, Logan Parks?
Absolutely. I can't thank Hank Weldon enough for all he's done for me and for all the college anglers. Growing up, my first national championship in high school, me and my high school partner, we came close to winning. It's kind of our first taste of success in the bass fishing scene. It was in 10th grade. And that was on Kentucky Lake, and Hank Weldon was our weigh-in master there, and we got to know him then. And from then on, he kind of looked out for us throughout the high school. Then when we graduated, went to college.
Oh, wait, he put his thumb on the scale when he was weighing your fish weight. What happened?
No, he just said hello. But he was instrumental in helping grow the sport. encouraging us to participate. Was our weigh-in master in college for all 4 years for me, and then it was cool. I graduated to the Opens, and he also got promoted, became the Opens weighmaster. So he kind of got to see me grow up throughout Bassmaster. It was I was really proud to be on the stage with him when he handed my Elite Series shield to me. That kind of solidified that I'd officially made it. It was a really cool moment for both of us.
The shields, yeah, those are kind of a neat little trophy.
You know, it's like, Hank, are you going to follow us again? Like if in 2 years you go up to the Elite Series, I know you're just chasing me now. Okay, you need to chill.
I finally passed him. No, but you know, Hank was, he's an awesome guy. He loves college fishing, loves supporting these guys. I recently reached out to him, you know, about the foundation. We had a cool announcement with Bassmaster where our top 2 college participants now earn entry into one of the divisions of the Opens next year. So if the college guys, you know, don't make it through the bracket all the way to the winter and don't get into the Opens that way, they can still come fish with us in November and have an opportunity to get a free entry into the Opens next year. And I can't thank Hank and Bassmaster enough for helping us, support the sport and helping us grow it. It's awesome.
I think people who have watched Bass Live the last few days are making their way to Watauga Lake right now to fish via helicopter. Gonna get dropped off there, catch a couple smallmouth and go home.
They're probably just trying to see what Tripp's up to.
Yeah, honestly, that's Wes Miller in the drone. He's gonna fly a drone from a helicopter, and we're gonna get it done.
Drones are cool, technology advancement, but man, that had to be an unbelievable experience running down the lake at blast off and having someone filming you from a helicopter over the top of you, chasing you to your starting hole.
The man right across from where you're sitting, Carrie Barrett, and here in studio is in most, if not all of those helicopter situations. The only bad time is if the helicopter came to find you when you were sight fishing. That was just a little difficult. Had to get the long lens and back, pull up just a little bit.
I have a feeling that recharging drone batteries is a little bit more efficient than helicopter fuel.
Way cheaper too. I've been in the helicopter a few times at classics. Running down the lake.
One of my friends, Cooper Gallant, actually had a guy reach out that flies helicopters, and this year at Okeechobee, his dad films a YouTube series for him. He was able to get up in the helicopter and get a couple shots this year.
Wow.
So that was
I thought
pretty
you were
cool.
going to say they flew in from Canada to pick him up to take him to an event. I was like, that's an efficient way to leave your boat somewhere and helicopter back over.
Trying to save this Cooper Gallant trivia. Who was the only elite angler chased by a zebra? He went to, unless you've been chased by a zebra when you went over to.
That's possible. There was a zebra right near me recently in Africa. I'm fishing the Team USA World Championship. They had
congrats on that.
Pet zebra outside the lodge we stayed in.
You saw a zebra?
Yeah, it was, from me to you. It's that close.
Was there a fence between you?
It was just a tame pet zebra for the local lodge. It's really cool, but Team USA was able to get it done. That was a cool experience. Next year, World Championship is coming to Hot Springs, Arkansas, so we'll have it hosted in the USA. Countries from all across the world coming to compete. That'll be a really cool event.
Look at Tripp Berlinski live in the flesh. Pitching under a wake boat with a spinning rod. We will watch how this goes. I hope he gets a bite.
That's the definition of risking it for the biscuit.
Yeah.
You've seen some good ones, some interesting yank ups over the docks.
I'll never forget. It was so influential in the way I approached dock fishing. Charlie Hartley, 2008 Lake Hartwell Classic. pitching in some of the gnarliest docks with the water so low at Lake Hartwell. Led that day one of the Classic, and then obviously did not win it. Elton Jones won that Classic, but he would flip into the dock and he said, I got two deals. You flip in and don't worry about getting a bite until you get one. Like, you have to get in there, and once you get a bite, you'll figure out how to get it out. But the first goal, get a bite and try to get it out. So
maybe you'll figure
there's so
out
many
how to get
places
it
you
out.
could pitch around a dock and not get a bite, and he said, I'm pitching where I think I can get a bite, and the next part I worry about is getting it out. If I would have quoted him, I would have not been accurate there, Such. That's how quoting works there. I was making sure I was accurate.
I know those. We had. Which angler was surprised to see the dock cable? Was it tomorrow?
I think Tripp, when he realized
The
that
Tripp,
5-pounder
yeah.
was so
Near the
big and he
cable.
was dangerously close to the dock fighting that he had to run up to the trolling motor and quickly get the boat control under control, get away from that cable.
Remember when Lee Livesey came on board and he caught that the dock catch? He was called at ICAST that year. Nobody really knew Lee Livesey. He's called the dock catch guy at ICAST. Hey, there's the dock catch guy.
That does not roll off the tongue
No, it
nearly
doesn't.
like, you know. That 2019 inaugural event after the split was absolutely bonkers with the way those waves of fish pulled up at the St. Johns River and almost broke 100, and the giant comeback day with a 2 9-pounders for Rick Clunn. What a tournament that was.
Yeah, with a big bag, big comeback.
To quote Rick Clunn, since we're quoting people.
No, there's been
all we
one
got.
proper quote, a bunch of misquotes.
Don't ever let anyone tell you your greatest moments are behind you. It's one of the coolest things I've ever heard on a Bassmaster weigh-in stage.
That's from 2016, then he proved it in 2019.
I'm sure Bryce is starting to feel the pressure now. You know, it's that crunch time in the afternoon. He knows he's got to make something happen.
We've seen him catch 6 fish today, 5 keepers, 1 non-keeper. Saw a catfish, but yeah, when you go 2 early catches, 3 hours without a catch, then you catch 3 fish in an hour, and then you have nothing since then. It's a little puzzling, and yes, definitely frustrating, and not as easy as everyone believes it is.
One thing I've seen him do a lot, it's just kind of a thing that we do. These fish, they act like they're about to bite, and they'll tease you, and they'll get right on your bait and get you all excited. And oftentimes, it's the biggest ones you see. They'll follow it all the way to the boat, and you'll see him from time to time get really active working his bait. And then about the time he gets back to the boat, he'll flip his bail, let his bait sink. That's just kind of a last-ditch effort. I think we all do it. I've seen him do it. I know I do it. Those fish come all the way to your boat following your bait, and you're like, please just bite. And you run out of room, so you let it sink to the bottom, and almost 99.9% of the time the fish fall to the bottom, don't bite. But it shows me that he's seeing a lot of fish today and has not been able to get them to bite. So I'm sure that pressure in that area is starting to really take a toll on him.
Fish are well educated now, huh?
I don't know if he hit him for a second.
Small ones.
Yeah.
Tiny little spots. Those spots move around in like groups of like 10 or 15. I want to catch one just to prove myself, but not look big at all.
It's funny, we all do the same thing when we're fishing.
Figure that's what they were.
You see Tripp sees a fish, he stands up and starts pointing, gets in position.
Line just broke. I don't even think he's gonna measure. We'll see. Throw him on there. It's the first spot that I've caught that has measured this whole week of fishing here. Got two that weigh 190, so I gotta see which one I'm taking out. Be between 3 and 5.
Cole for Bryce tomorrow. Hey, beggars can't be choosers. Not saying Bryce is begging, but late in the day, any coal that gets you an improvement on your weight is a good coal. He's trying to coal out one of his smaller 1-pounders with that spotted bass. Approaching an hour and 15 minutes left in the fishing day, in the fishing season for the Bassmaster College Series. Don't hold anything back. It's a classic berth on the line. Winding down this college fishing season here at Watauga Lake. We've had 8 anglers all week long. Cut it down to 4 yesterday, and now just 2 remain today. Tripp Berlinski, 16-11 on a 5-fish limit. Connor DeMauro upgraded by about a pound or so.
It was a pretty good upgrade for him.
5-fish limit, 12.5 pounds now for Bryce. Maybe the product of multiple upgrades. If you got a couple fish to bite, that might be what we're in store for as we head back to Bryce in the circle of service.
Getting rid of one of his 1-pounders, a 5-pounder, we'll get him right there. That's all. It's a lot to ask at the last hour or so of fishing, but
still doable. It's not like he
Yes.
needs a 10-pounder. He's got to catch a fish that he has caught this week before.
He's very much in the hunt still.
You guys did a really good job. We were playing the silent game there, and I think we did a whole 2 minutes. I'm very impressed. But we were just watching Trip Berlinski and Bryce DeMaro go cast for cast.
Made the comment yesterday, you know, that the forward-facing sonar has really made a resurgence in the pawpaw seat.
The pawpaw seat has shown up in UNA's boat for sure. And
someone posed the question, how do they use it together, right?
Yeah, who has to stand, or how do they both stay comfortable on the front deck? Well, we got the answer last night from Trip and Bryce.
They're fishing as a team.
They do that just for us?
I don't know if I'd have sent that picture. That's awesome, though.
That is good. Now, I think if Andrew Bland and Garrett Smith did that, Garrett would have to sit on Andrew's lap. I don't think Garrett could be able to see the boat. He wouldn't be able to see the graphs if it was flipped around. With all love. We love you, Garrett. Tripp has got one in his sights.
I would lay in a fire ant bed for one of these to bite.
I feel like Tripp is experiencing a lot of...
One's a little small. I got the smaller one on me right now. The big one swam away somewhere. He's down there somewhere. Actually, I might have just found him. Oh my gosh, are you serious? No. Don't happen to me right now. You serious?
Tripp having some technical difficulties there with the wind knot. Why does it always seem like that happens at the worst possible time?
And I don't even know if we can call it a wind knot, because we haven't even had a breath of wind this week. Like, you know, this, gotta come up with a different term for it this week.
Never when you're fishing for a small one or just casting at structure, it's always, oh, there's a big one. Then it's time for something like that, or your line to get tangled around your reel. Had that happen a couple times at St. Clair. It's funny how conveniently inconvenient it is.
Isn't any time the worst time? It's like finding something in the last place you look.
Last hour of the day. Last hour of the college fishing season. One more hour before someone has a dream come true and makes the classic. Huge day in the life of a college angler with goals of fishing professionally at the biggest stage, the Bassmaster Classic stage. It's the Strike King Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lose. Appreciate Strike King and Lose in their efforts with the college series, high school series as well, all of our youth programs and angling opportunities. Trip Berlinski versus Bryce DeMaro. That's our matchup on the final day here of the Classic Bracket. Let's take you through the last few days of competition for Trip Berlinski, the Strike King rewind of his fantastic week here at Watauga Lake. Started the week 19 pounds, 14 ounces on day one, fellas, and he knew half of his job was done, more than half. He only needed 13 pounds or so in his mind to make the cut, so he went and fished different water on Saturday, day 2 of the round of 8. He ended up catching 15, more than enough. Won the round by 5+ pounds, able to make the cut by 6+ pounds. It was in good shape going into semifinal Sunday.
That's after missing out on a lot of practice with some mechanical issues second day of practice where he was only out in the water less than 2 hours probably.
Yeah, battery issues earlier in the week forced him to lose some practice time, and honestly, he did all his practice time, Logan, in the tournament. Caught him so good quick, was able to take the rest of his day in practice, was able to prepare for future days. Caught some big largemouth throughout the week, caught some big smallmouth as well. And 1914, we'd think that's a fantastic day of fishing in the fall in East Tennessee. Well, he topped it yesterday, 20 pounds, 10 ounces. Huge mark for him, defeating Garrett Smith and propelling him as the overall favorite, no doubt, hands down. This was a giant one from yesterday for Trip Berlinski. He has been by far the most solid angler each day of competition.
We came in thinking the smallmouth are at their skinniest about right now. That one was not.
He found the St. Lawrence River smallmouth on the Tennessee River right there. That was a very healthy one. I'm curious to see him. This was a rock pile he fished late in the day yesterday. He said it was loaded with fish. He hasn't revisited that yet, so I think there's still some left to see today. Here's one he caught on a drone earlier today that he put in as a 3 1/4, and
it definitely looks like a meaningful
studio begs to differ.
Yeah, we will. We will definitely disagree with that.
What a week. You ever had a fishing week like that where just everything was meant to be?
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely start to notice it when, you do things, the fish just don't come off. You get fish to bite that you don't think are going to bite. For me, that was St. Clair. It's just meant to be.
She sat on it for 4 hours. Pretty upset about that, but it's not my lake, I guess.
Sound like somebody was on a specific spot Trip's been wanting to fish for the last few hours.
Hooked up. It's the tricky thing about our sport. It's a public waterway, and
come on, fish, stop.
Can't always help where.
I don't even want you. I don't even want you. Let me just catch your brother, or your sister, or your mama, or any of them.
Needed a 212 to cull, and like he said, everybody else in the family is bigger, I guess, than that one. So.
Now that I'm not catching any fish, I notice these flies a lot more.
This will help.
A little bit better one. Not good, but I guess they're coals. I'll take them. Come on, quit doing that. Got exactly what I had yesterday as of right now.
You say exactly
15-2, yeah.
Exactly what he had yesterday.
15-2.
Yeah, so that's a.
No! That was her. That was a giant. I can't believe I just did that. No! Every time. Giant.
This could be her.
Tough miss there for Trip.
Is that his nail in the coffin fish, probably?
It could have been.
I haven't caught one out of this pile since the second day. I didn't catch one yesterday in it, but I know there's big ones in it if they just cooperate.
What did Bryce say that last fish was that he caught?
I don't know, but he said he has the exact same as he did yesterday.
Interesting.
I'm thinking he's been low.
It's hard to have a 1 pound 15 incher. So
Oh my goodness.
That's a big
Big
one
one
right there.
here.
And I was just talking about that brush pile. I haven't caught any in a while. Out of it.
Making a little surge here in the final hour.
It'd be a nice upgrade for him.
Man, saw them in there this morning. They didn't bite. I think I literally said, I'm gonna come back to this brush pile later and catch one. It's a pretty good over a pound upgrade. There we go. 3 1/4. Yep, that's a 3 1/4. Taking out the one I literally just caught. I need to fizz that one. It's a pretty good upgrade right there. This spot.
Wonder what he's got now.
He just said he had 15-2. We're way off on his bass track. I'm way off on his bass track.
Narrowing the gap significantly here.
Those first 2 fish, they were so long ago for Bryce tomorrow, but we remember they were solid fish. A 4-pounder, basically, and a 3 1/4.
Around 7, maybe a little bit more.
Need to keep track of that as we remember these late day calls for him.
Trying to get one in the boat, it's been really difficult for me today for some reason. But, you know, all you can do is keep fishing. Get a little mad, scream a little bit. Doesn't really change anything, so you just got to go back to fishing and try to get another one. I definitely got a little mad and screamed a little bit right there, but you know, I'm already back fishing, so it'll be okay. Just got to put another one in. They're really, really smart right now. I think the pressure's just really getting to these fish, and I'm running out of them. I don't know what to do to get my big bite for the day. I mean, I've had them, but I just can't seem to put them in the boat. So that's a bit difficult there.
Kind of understand his reaction with what's at stake.
Well, just today has been hard in every aspect of it for Trip Berlinski.
No! That was her, that was a giant! I can't believe I just did that! No!
You had the lay down tree there. When you saw the camera pan back, you could see the log. Watch, ready, it's gonna turn. You could see the log maybe that fish came off of right there, sticking down in the water. Not the day to have your hardest day of the bracket, but Trip's still in a prime spot. And we have to fully trust his weight. I mean, we haven't seen a single one of the fish, so I don't know if he's under on them or if they're actually accurate or what the case may be. But Bryce is definitely, He's had a couple 15-minute windows. He had
Almost went 4 for 4.
Two
That
fish
one
in 15-minute window earlier.
was all in it. Yep, that's what we need.
Logan, if he said he had 15.2 and he just called, it's way closer than it has been all day. He's could be close to 16 plus.
Yeah, looking at the weights, we had him at 12.5 pounds. If those 1-pounders, which is very difficult to have a 15-inch 1-pounder, if they were 2s, he's at 14.5 to 15 right there. That coal gets him to there, so
Yeah,
that can explain that.
Said he had 2 1.9s.
Getting tight.
45 minutes left. We'll see. "40 minutes left in the college fishing season. Striking Bassmaster College Series here at Watauga Lake. College bracket presented by Lose. We've seen some big-time action, fellas, from Bryce DeMar the last few minutes, and synced up with that is a couple misses from Chip Berlinski. Drawing much closer over this last hour. It is coming down to the last few casts of the tournament, no doubt, between these two teammates from North Alabama.
Well, we know a line's going to win, but now we really don't know which one for sure. It seemed like Trip Berlinski was going to just keep rolling through this thing after having the best weights on 2 of the days and then building a pretty good limit on this final championship college bracket day.
I would say Bryce has done very well this week, but this would be a top 2 or 3 upset that I've ever seen in the college bracket finale with how solid Trip's been all week.
Realistically, he's one cast away from tying this thing up right now based on, what we've been hearing and what he said. So make things interesting for the weigh-in. I like it.
Bass Track can be so unofficial. And then we had him for 12.5 or so when he says, I have what I had yesterday, which was 15 pounds, 2 ounces. Then he calls.
So I guess my question is, what if they tie? Is the fish off?
Fish off. We're not like the NFL. It does not end tied.
Thank God.
Wow.
The kicker is you both have to leave your main area, and we're going to put you on the circle of service on this lake, right out in front of Cove Ridge Marina.
The coverage at Cove Ridge.
Ooh.
So he had those couple pockets of momentum for Bryce tomorrow. Started the morning 2 strong fish in the 3 1/4 and 4 pound range. And then we went 3 hours without a keeper. During our hour break, he caught 3 fish to fill his limit. And over the last 30 minutes, Bryce tomorrow has caught and upgraded 2 or 3 additional times. These 2 fish, every single fish matters in a 5-fish limit, Logan Parks, and those first 2 gave him hope. Hey, this is a great start to the day. This is the size I need. I just have to fill my limit. Unfortunately, his limit fish weren't the biggest in the world. Still got to be 15-inch keepers. But boy, he has put them on the last 30 minutes or so, and it could be enough. One more coal could get him the College Classic bracket victory. And if he watches today back, he'll say, wow, I was so far out of it and so far in it in just a matter of minutes.
It's all about keeping your head down and just fishing hard in this game and staying confident, not losing your mental, and that's what we've seen. You know, he's caught 2 major upgrades in the last 30 minutes, and I think there's more to come here.
Yeah.
It's 2 pounds less than his
Yeah, I got
opponent, but he had a big day, 18 pounds.
I came back to a little stretch that has one of my best brush piles on it from the week, and it's always been fishing it, and this morning I hit it, and I told myself I'm gonna come back here later and catch one, and I was able to come back and catch. I made 2 actually pretty good culls off of it. I caught a 3 1/4 and one that was about 2 1/2. So, and caught, I think I just caught one more off of it. It was small, but it was some good culls. Those were what we needed. It's getting late in the day. I can about tell you I don't have enough, so I know I need to catch a 4 or 5 pounder to make a run at it. I'm sure Tripp has another 18, 19, maybe even another 20 bag. That does not cross my mind at all. But he would have that, so just gotta keep my head down. I got about 25 more minutes to fish. Just looking for a big bite. Haven't even had a big bite yet, like a big one. That's what I need. I need a 4 or 5 pounder. That'd go a long way. But I know they live on this stretch. I've caught them every day. Well, I've caught them here, so I know they live here. I've seen them, so hopefully we can get one to bite. But either way, I've had a good time today. I've given it my all. I think I've just burned up a lot of my stuff. I've been fishing this stuff really hard for now 4 days, and I think I've just burned up a lot of my stuff. So definitely learned a lot, learned a lesson. You need to find more fish, more stretches, but it's all good, live and learn. And either way, I've had a blast fishing this tournament. It's been just a great time, great experience. B.A.S.S has treated us super well. Carter County's treated us super well. So I would love to make it back again next year, maybe my senior year. That'd be awesome to make it to another bracket. I'd love to experience it again. But all I do know is that today, UNA boys going to the Classic, which is insane to think about. It honestly still hasn't set in. I think either for Tripp or I don't think it's even set in that I'm fishing this tournament. I'm just out here fishing like it's normal, but it's kind of crazy that what we're fishing for, what college sets you up to do, and what you're able to, get out of it is really awesome. But I'm super proud of myself this week. I've stuck in it even through the times that I thought I was doomed and I didn't have a chance. After that first day, I was kind of hanging my head low. I didn't think I really had a chance to get back in it. And I had some good buddies, families and friends, just all kind of, just give me a little pep talk. I had a bunch of people call me and text me like, hey man, you're still in this, you still got this, you're not out of it at all. And that honestly helped a lot. Tripp gave me a serious, oh, that's not one. Tripp gave me a serious talking to. He's like, dude, you need to quit doing what you're doing. You need to go back out there and catch them like you can. And everyone checking in and supporting me helped me a bunch. Been able to lock back in and get back in things. Yeah. Hopefully they used it.
Seeing Bryce finish his week where he's done all of his damage, I think that's a good move. You know, there's obviously the best population of fish he's found, the biggest fish he's found right through this area, from a little bit behind him just to around the corner. He's entered what we call crunch time.
Absolutely. Looking at approximately 15.4 for him, 16.11 for Trip Berlinski. It's going to come down to one of these two. 30 minutes left here at Watauga Lake for the College Classic Bracket 2025. Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket here at Watauga Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Winding down the fishing day here, and this is the day and time where action's getting hot for Bryce tomorrow. He has gone from 11.5 pounds to 15 plus pounds in the last 45 minutes as he looks to somehow secure. He's gonna try to upgrade here as well. Nope, this is not gonna probably call for him, but another fish. He's caught more fish, guys, in the last 45 minutes than he has the other 7 hours combined.
I thought that was gonna be a little bit bigger. What do you spit up? if by chance I make it, I highly doubt it with what I got right now, but if I for some reason do make it, you know, that'd be a cool experience. I mean, it would suck because, you know, one of us would lose, one of us would win. But, you know, it would still be a cool experience. Oh my goodness.
As Bryce fishing live on the left and his audio from yesterday.
We both said from the beginning, we're like, we both got to make it to the last day. We both thought that'd be cool. And, you know, I think I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Tripp and I are, you know, close enough and are good enough friends where, you know, if one of us, if we were to make it to the last, both of us make it to the last day, you know, and one person won, the other person would be just as happy, you know, as if they won. So, but yeah, it'd definitely be really cool. I know our parents would be stressed. They'd be watching together and they'd be super stressed the whole time. But no, I would enjoy it. It'd be a good time.
Some audio from Bryce talking about thoughts of fishing against Tripp today. He said, Logan, quote unquote, good enough friends. Didn't say best friends, brother, homies, like good enough friends that will be happy for each other.
Funny how you pick up on those little nuances, Ronnie.
Good enough friends. Pause. And we would, you know,
I said, love everybody kick their teeth in. I misquoted.
Yeah,
kick your teeth, kick their teeth in.
Yeah, you said stomp on their face and choke out their
necks.
Mother. That's
kick
crazy.
Kick your teeth in.
That's crazy.
That's more violent sounding to me.
Yeah, that's what you said. Quote unquote.
9 minutes.
I had to remember.
9 minutes to catch a 4-pounder.
9 minutes of fishing.
I guess he's giving himself 9 minutes until he runs back to the weigh-in.
9 minutes of fishing.
And he's
9
hooked
minutes
up
of
right
running,
here.
So he is hooked up.
This might be her.
Uh-oh.
This might be her. No, it's not 4, but it's a good one.
Never know, this might be her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, that's a good one.
In theory, he needs a 1.7 coal. That would be a 4-pounder. 315 would do it unofficially.
That's going to be a good upgrade for him.
He still says he has a 2.5. It's his smallest.
I thought she was bigger when she came up and jumped out there. It's a good one. I'll take 3s. There we go. Another 3 1/4-ish.
3 1/4-ish. It's another half-pound.
Between 5 and 4. I just want to be super cautious. I want to check these. They're off by a good bit on weight, but you never know how close they can be. I want to check them, just to be sure. Supposedly 5 is supposed to go, but I don't know.
Yellow, definitely lighter.
See, 5 is supposed to go, and 5 is bigger than 4. I'm glad I checked that. I'm so glad I checked
spotted
that.
bass.
5 was supposed to go, and
see a smallmouth.
Smaller. I'm so glad I checked that. Wow.
doing his job. Got 5 more minutes of fishing according to his timeline.
This weigh-in might be a little closer than we think.
Makes it a 1 pound difference right now.
That one.
Berlinski's accurate and has about 16, 11, 12. Think ahead. If he's got all 3-pounders and he had the 312, 34, now he's got 2 more 3-4s. It will be close looking.
Hey, I like it close. It's a lot more interesting when it's tight. A few more minutes to fish for everybody, and it's going to be exciting to see how this thing closes out.
Tournament director Glenn Kale's going to have some fun at the weigh-in, Ronnie.
Oh yeah. Less than a pound with 10 minutes left. Last segment here for the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket at Watauga Lake. Bracket is presented by Lose. You do not want to lose today, that's for sure. Trip Berlinski, Bryce DeMauro. One of them is going to win and go to the Bassmaster Classic. The other one, well, life will go on like normal tomorrow, correct, Logan Parks? If you don't go to the Classic, tomorrow just doesn't feel nearly as sunny and bright, and colors don't pop as much, flowers don't smell as good.
Ooh,
like
he
we're
might
going
be.
off the trip. Yeah, you said yesterday his rock pile was closer to takeoff, and it looks like he is in the exact spot to end his day.
That's not good.
Kind of needs it at this point. He does have the lead unofficially still.
It's tightened up on Bass Track.
That's not good at all. Maybe I shouldn't have left up there.
Man.
Excuse me? Yes. I don't think he's gonna call. You think? I've caught all of these today. I just could never get me a big one today. No, 280.
280 didn't help.
Oh my gosh. They're schooled up right here.
Oh.
I know.
280 is a 212, 213.
He didn't catch a big one, so he's averaging 3.5 right now.
Oh, we're live. Just made a little call. Or no, I'm sorry, I didn't make a call. I caught one, but it didn't call. I'm really worked up. I may have made the wrong decision, but it's a good one to die on. I caught a fish doing it just like I thought I would. It just wasn't as big as I was hoping and thought it would be, which is kind of sad, but about to have to call it here.
Trip Berlinski and Bryce DeMauro wind down their days. We wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios. Sponsored by Marathon, Mike Sukon, Ronnie Moore. Logan Park's been here the last 2 days all together. 3 days of this college bracket live, and we have learned a lot about these anglers. Trip Berlinski absolutely been so solid all week long. You could see a little bit, though, his game plan has worked today. Pressure getting to him a little bit of mistakes mounting for him. Still in a good position, but he'll look back at today and be like, man, the pressure got to me and I was a little bit more jacked up and amped up and freaked out. This might be a precursor of what the Bassmaster Classic Day 1 takeoff looks like for him, but how'd you feel like Trip did over the last couple days?
Yeah, man, he's fished absolutely lights out all week long, and this week today is really the first day of the week that we've seen him start to get those nerves, start to, say, look, I'm really worked up. I worked my bait wrong on that fish. It would have bit, but I messed up. That's my fault. And he still managed to catch, close to 17 pounds and, have a solid day. I don't dislike his decision making. He's questioning what could have been if I'd have stayed in my primary area. But as we just saw, he ran to a rock pile near takeoff where he caught a really big one yesterday afternoon. Said there was a lot of fish left. So I think he had to keep it honest. And maybe he's got enough. I don't know. It's going to be a tight weigh-in, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And Such, this is our 15th College Classic bracket where an angler will go to the Bassmaster Classic, and this is the 12th school that'll be represented. We've had Bethel 3 times, Auburn twice when it comes to making it to the Bassmaster Classic, but another school added to the list, North Alabama. They were a great fishing legacy school years ago, kind of been quiet for a little bit, and the group that they have now, you can see how Trip, Bryce, and all the other anglers we've mentioned this week at UNA, how when you fish against those guys every day of the week, you have to absolutely get better as an angler.
Yeah, both anglers were very impressive. Trip Berlinski came in and set the mark with almost 20-pound bag on day 1, day 2, 16 pounds. Then he topped 20 pounds, our only guy, 20 pounds, 10 ounces today. I don't know. His decision, I think they've been okay. Coming back, you could fish to the final minute and hope to get up there. But tomorrow, very impressive. Just stick with it. And finally, they start biting for him on this brush pile.
It's absolutely crazy. His 3 windows of time that Bryce DeMauro has caught him today. The first 45 minutes of the day he caught him. The exact dead middle hour of the day, and then the last hour of the day. He has had pockets of time where he's caught good ones and multiple fish. It is a mentally taxing thing. He did leave some areas and come back refreshed to there with a focus. Do you think Trip should have maybe went to that rock pile spot a little earlier? It's not a big lake. You have plenty of time to go run again, but Trip Berlinski fishing now near takeoff in a place that he's gotten bites every day we've seen him, Logan.
Yeah, if it was as loaded as he said it was yesterday afternoon, I would definitely have liked to have checked that a couple times throughout the day. But at the same time, it looked like he was seeing a lot of fish in his primary zone. And with that being the case and having some missed opportunities at some big ones, there's really no reason to leave if you're seeing a lot of good fish and having some opportunities. But I like that he has an extended amount of time to fish compared to Bryce. Here at this spot just around the corner from the ramp, he can really push it to the last second.
It is the last seconds right now.
I really hope I didn't choke today. I really hope I didn't just sell this tournament. I really hope not. I mean, I did all I could. I tried to limit when I was catching the fish, and I just, I thought Garrett was going to have a lot bigger bag than he did yesterday, just because he's really good, so I just thought he was going to have a big old bag. So I probably hammered on him a little too hard, I reckon. So I guess I'm going to see if it costs me here soon. I'm really nervous and never been this stressed out in my life, I don't think. The stress levels were high today and everything. Wow. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a wrap on everything today. I'm gonna try to find one more in here. It'd be a miracle if I could catch one that cold. But I'm gonna try, so all I can do, just fish a little bit longer. Please, Lord, just help me out here. don't have a horrible bag, but like Bryce is good. He could have had, I mean, I bet he has a bag of them. I bet it's bigger than mine. I bet I'll lose it. In all seriousness, I don't think I win today. I think this is the end of it. Just choked one day too soon, I think. It would have been really nice to land all those big fish that I had today. I mean, I had one hooked out of like the 5 or 7 that bit it. Not like I missed them or anything. They just, I mean, obviously I missed them if I didn't hook them, but they just weren't doing what they were supposed to do when they were eating it. They just weren't committing and eating it fully. They were just kind of tapping it or doing some weird stuff. I don't really know what they were doing. I think they were hitting it with their mouth closed, because I had one that was hooked weird, like kind of like on the outside of the lip. If I'm gonna catch one, I think it's gonna be this cast though.
Nerves are setting in.
Well, I was wrong. I had a giant come up on me, but he did not eat it. Wowzers.
It went from I've done all I can do today, it wasn't that bad of a bag, Bryce probably has them better, you know, I actually probably think I choked today, and yeah, I didn't win this thing. And that's the rationale of an angler. Under pressure in the College Classic bracket, but what a great week it's been. Trip Berlinski versus Bryce tomorrow. Make sure you check out Bassmaster.com in the next hour to see who took the title.